Okay, Ms. Matias, we are live. We're recording. You may proceed with this morning's public uh, executive review session.
Okay, good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for January 27th, 2026. Initially, we will be discussing two cases from January 26th hearing. And those are 2023. Oh, sorry, please know that we are working remotely. The first one that we're discussing from yesterday's calendar is 2025 11BZ 1681 1683 42nd Street, Brooklyn.
Yes.
This was item number 9 on the January 26th calendar.
Yes, thank you. So we did receive a revised submission yesterday. I hope commissioners, you all had a chance to review the revised documents. So the other thing was that we were waiting, hoping that we would hear something back from the community board. BSA staff had reached out to the community board, and it seems from the correspondence that we have from our staff is that a hearing was held, but we never received an outcome. Yes, Ms. Prenga?
Hi, I apologize if I caused some confusion on that matter. It was a staff member at the community board.
Okay.
Wasn't sure about if they would hold a hearing.
Oh,
Then
okay.
I spoke to the district manager, who actually ended up sending in a waive, like our community board form with the waive, that they waived their.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So community
so we
board.
have that.
All right, got it. Thank you. Thank you for that
Thank
clarification.
you.
So community board waived to hear this matter. At the previous hearing, where board had asked for some clarification, which the applicant has provided, including a letter from the engineer, an operational plan has been provided by the school administrator regarding the school bus pickup and drop off and trash pickup. And the per operation plan, the school administrator assures, and based on the analysis also, that 120-foot frontage along 42nd Street would be sufficient to accommodate the number of vehicles that are expected at full capacity. And also the plans have been revised with notes added, both structural and environmental notes have been added. Per school safety comment, there were several school safety comments, and I just, for the record, I want to read it out. The applicant is proposing to provide a refrigerated trash storage space at the cellar level, and the indoor space would contain waste disposal bins in which refuse will be stored. These bins will be wheeled to the curb 2 times a week just before each DSNY pickup happens. And once the trash has been collected from the bins, the school staff will bring the bins back inside the building. This was out of a concern that school safety had raised regarding the existing trash enclosure that is located at the corner of 42nd and 17th Avenue. Also, per school safety's comment, applicant agrees to remove the outdoor enclosure which has been used for trash storage located along 17th Avenue. School safety also had recommended extending the no school standing zone beyond the school frontage. Now, board really has no authority beyond the subject site. Applicant has provided an operational plan for drop-off and pickup, and is proposing to, as I mentioned, proposing to use the 100-foot frontage along 42nd Street. So we did also have an environmental, I think we have a completed environmental document. EAS is complete, and there were some conditions associated with that, and environmental conditions, and those are that if fossil fuels are permitted and used for the heating and hot water systems, the system shall be natural gas stacks. the natural gas stacks shall be located on top of the bulkhead. HVAC shall comply with all local laws and regulations. 28 dBA window wall attenuation shall be required on all facades of the proposed building, and an alternate means of ventilation shall be provided. A rooftop play area shall be enclosed by a 10-foot high steel post fence with an acoustical barrier as shown in the BSA plan to be approved. So if everybody's okay with that, I want to lay out the proposal to approve with the conditions. And these are the following conditions. Operational plan shall be incorporated into the resolutions, Actually, that's not a condition, that's just part of the resolution. It should be incorporated into the resolution. The conditions are: applicant shall remove the existing outdoor trash enclosure as soon as possible prior to filing plans to Department of Building for the expansion. No school standing zone about 100-foot long will be provided along the school frontage of 42nd Street, subject to DOT review and approval. However, no school standing zone shall not be permitted on Dahil since it extends beyond the school frontage. In addition, no school standing zone along 17th Avenue shall be permitted, as it would be in conflict with DSNY pickup location. Should the school require additional frontage for no school zone, it shall work with DOT to determine the zone location. Is that acceptable to the commissioners? Okay.
I just wanted to check sorry, you mentioned 100 feet just now, but
100
earlier,
I'm sorry, 120 feet.
okay, just wanted to correct that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the correction.
Yes, it is acceptable. Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify regarding the letter from the structural engineer. The letter was provided before, but this time they provided a signed and sealed version of the letter, and the letter has nothing to do with the traffic issues. It pertains to the issue of the floor-to-floor height, and they clarified about that using that letter from the structural engineer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Then motion to approve with those conditions.
It's a motion to approve. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. The second item from yesterday's hearings is item number 15, 2023-75 BZY Volume 2, 1750 Eastchester Road, the Bronx.
Okay, this is an extension of time to pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-332 for a renewal of a lawfully issued building permit to complete construction of a mixed-use parking garage and hotel building on the subject site for a 2-year period. We have not received a community board vote on this. So as you know, board back in 2021, sorry, no, not in 2021. 2024, actually. 2024, board granted an extension of time to complete construction pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-332, which expired on December 9, 2025. So applicant is proposing a second extension, which zoning resolution section 11-332 allows. This would be the second 2-year extension and the last one. And the board has to find that the applicant meets the substantial construction expenditure. We received a letter from DOB that the permit was lawfully issued, and since the board grant on July 30th, 2024, applicant provided a chronology of tasks that has been done till 16 October of 2025. And most of these are related to conducting schematic design, construction document preparation, and finalizing, it seems, finalizing of the schematic design based on value engineering and peer review. But I do want the applicant to provide a status update regarding the design document and has it been completed, and and if it's ready to be filed. With regards to the substantial cost, this is the same cost identified at the initial grant board of the board, and applicant must provide an update must update the cost based on the chronology of tasks that has been provided since 7/30/2024. There is a disconnect I found with the substantial cost and the substantial completion, and the applicant has not provided that clarification. And should the board grant the second 2-year term, construction and the certificate of occupancy has to be obtained by December 9, 2027. So I just want to make sure that this is clear to everybody, and the applicant knows that this is the deliverable they have to meet by. I have no additional comments on this. Vice Chair Shiveta.
I'm sorry, Chair. I just want to ask a question. You said that there was something that needed clarification amongst the substantial expenditure.
Yeah, that's because the substantial expenditure represents the same cost that was identified back when the board had initially granted in 2024. However, there's been additional expenditure that has been made because schematic designs and all of those, and those were not incorporated. So I just wanted those to be reflected also.
Okay.
Though I do recognize that the previous expenditure can be counted towards this to justify substantial cost. However, I think it just makes it easier. I think it's a better record keeping in terms of what they have done so far and to what expenditure they're making. That's
well, in that case, I agree with everything you're saying. I think this will meet the findings, but it does need that clarification. I have nothing further to add.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I also wanted to know if they have met their target dates in terms of completing their schematic design documents, and do they have a general timeline moving forward? Are they going to be able to pull this together within the remaining 2 years?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Chair, I have nothing further to add, and I second your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I just had, other than what's been stated, I just have a couple typos on page 8 of the statement. It discusses zoning resolution section 11.323 should be 332. And then on every page 2 through 9 at the top, it says suggested findings, which seems like a strange header for the statement of facts. So just to confirm that that's a typo and that should be removed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, move on?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we are going to the agenda for January 27, 2026. Zoning calendar continued hearing items, item number 16, 2025-27 BZ, 3657 Kingsbridge Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay. So the applicant states that the hours of operation, hours of delivery and the trash removal has not been determined, but will be 1 hour after restaurant closes and 1 hour before opening, which would be based on the proposed hours of operation, would be the hour of between the hours of 4:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. The proposed hours of operations is 7 days a week, 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. for the drive-through, and 9:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. for interior and walk-ups. So I have some concern with regards to the proposed hours of operation for the drive-through. Unlike other drive-through operations in the neighborhood, especially those located on block 5765, which is primarily abutted by commercial uses, the subject site has a mix of use and shares side and rear yard lot lines with residential use. Hence, the hours of operation for the drive-through needs to be modified to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 2 a.m. Friday to Saturday. Since the eating and drinking establishment is an as of right use, sit down and pick up hours is not being considered by the board, and that can extend to even a 24-hour cycle if that be. That is a direct, it's not a consideration, it's a direction that is being given by the board, by me, I'm sorry. I don't know how the rest of the board members feel. Please do weigh in on that. Applicant also has submitted revised plan, and based on the revised plan, it seems the applicant is proposing acoustic block fence that is 10 foot high per plan sheet BSA 02 versus 6 foot on plan sheet BSA 021. So please make the documents consistent. It needs to be all 10 foot high. Similarly, unlike other fast food drive-throughs located in this immediate neighborhood, the subject site abuts several residential lots abutting side and rear lot lines. Hence, the proposed acoustical treatment is not acceptable. It needs to be a solid acoustical wall and not an acoustical plastic sheet that is tied to a chain link fence. And I have to say, I think at the hearing, that was not what I was envisioning, and if I was not clear, I apologize. On BSA plan sheet number 21, regarding the dumpster enclosure detail, the graphic is not legible, can't determine the proposed height of the dumpster and the gate. I am satisfied with the proposed 4 foot high decorative fence that is proposed along Kingsbridge Avenue. BSA plan sheet number, plan sheets number 11 and 12, the cardinal directions are not correct. Please revise them. Also, illuminated signs number 1, 2, and 3 per drawing sheets 002 will be facing side and rear lot lines abutting a residential use and not street frontages. Signage facing the residential lot lines should be non-illuminated. If at all, it needs to be provided. I don't see the justification for having signs facing residential lot lines, so they should be removed. But if you are having them, these should be non-illuminated signs. Number of accessory parking spaces. It is very difficult to identify the 2 parking spaces that are proposed along the Kingsbridge Avenue accessway. Please indicate them, number them if needed. The emerald green arbor vitae plants that is being proposed along the rear lot line. If I recall, I think while we did ask for double rows, but we also wanted them to be staggered. So this covers for better buffering. So please revise that. Per revised traffic assessment report, page 1, para 3, quote, the site access would be consolidated to 1 egress driveway along southbound Kingsbridge Avenue and 1 full movement driveway along eastbound West 238th Street. Per revised plan, it seems both accessway will be used for full movements, that is both ingress and egress. If accessway from Kingsbridge Avenue will be used only for exit, the curb cut width must be reduced to 16 foot than from what is proposed as 23 foot wide. To prevent any entry from Kingsbridge Avenue, provide a no entry sign. And the revised modal share has been broken down by walk, driveway, and park and drive-through. It shows that more customers would walk to the site compared to the drive-through. So I thought the modal analysis was responsive to the comments that were raised at the last hearing. And also finally, the applicant has responded to the objections that has been raised by Lemmitz Petroleum Inc. So my concern remains regarding the signage, the accessway from Kingsbridge Avenue, and most importantly, the fencing treatment along the residential lot lines. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with everything you said. I did expect a different type of fence along those residential light line. I did expect an acoustic fence, which I didn't see. And I also had quite a question as to why the signage was pointing towards a residential area where we want to at least have, where we're at the last hearing, much of the hearing was talking about buffering this use as against the residential. So I was surprised to see that. I have nothing further to add.
I'm sorry, Carlos' hand is up. Do you want to talk?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think just to piggyback on what you and Vice Chair just stated, I think, I'm not sure the answer, but I think it should be checked. I don't believe interior facing signs are permitted unless they're just fronting on a street. So again, it's not for us to waive. It's something that just must be complied with. So I think it should be addressed or briefed as to the zoning section.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all. I'm sorry to.
Thank you. No, thank you. The problem is the way the plan is shown and with the elevation there, it's a mismatch. And from the elevation, it seems they're located almost at the corner to allow for some visibility. But again, that would be interior facing from and definitely illuminated signage is absolutely not permitted along that, along the interior lot lines. As I mentioned, my concern is also with regards to the hours of operation for the drive-through. I just want to be clear because I didn't outline the other ones. That's also another concern. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with you that the wall against the residential should be an acoustic block wall. And if the applicant needs any guidance, they should look at the McDonald's on East Tremont Road, where they were also having a drive-through adjacent to residential, and we had them install an acoustic block wall there. And it had a very nice treatment to it. I also agree with you that 3:30 a.m. is a little too intense for an adjacency of residential. And while we can't control the hours of the As of Right restaurant itself, we can control the hours of the drive-through. So I support you on the suggestion that the hours during the week should be midnight and the hours on Friday and Saturday should be 2 a.m. And I agree with you that there is a difference between this site and the two sites that are actually on Broadway and surrounded by commercial industrial uses. And as for the Q analysis, I understand why they had chosen the Hilliard, Ohio site now, but their statement that after all of that, the conclusion that it results in a max queue of 3 vehicles during the Saturday peak period, I'm not sure how that's going to play out in reality. So my question is, what if they are swamped? Will they have line busting policies that they can implement that will cut the line down so it does not feed out onto West 242nd Street?
Yeah.
Those are my comments.
And we definitely need to add a note to the plan regarding no vehicles blocking the curb cut or backing into the traffic flow of Kingsbridge and 247th Street. If I'm right, that's the
238.
238. Thank you.
Sorry, I meant that too. 238.
No, too many numbers flying, so it's easy to get lost in that. But basically, the street frontages, the streets abutting the subject site should not be at all be affected by any vehicular backup caused by the drive-through or any, for that matter, any operation within the facility that would cause any backup into the abutting streets. And so a note to that effect should be provided. We have a sample note, and project manager, please do share that with the applicant. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. In general, I believe that submission was responsive, with the exception of the fence issue. I see that they provided shielding for the light E. That was an issue, shedding some lighting on the neighbors. They fixed the notes for the AVC. Now we have a note on the luminous spirit diagram saying that AVC will be on all the times. They also added the readings. That regarding the fence, yes, I agree with you that there is inconsistency, but the dangerous thing here, it's kind of like if you look at the detail on BSA-21, it's that the fence, that detail for the fence shows 6 feet. So if I'm a contractor and I got two plans, one of them is just a wording or a like a leading call on a plan view, and it says 10 feet, and then the detail shows 6 feet, I would stick with the 6 feet because it's a detail. It cannot be mistaken, especially if it's thrown to scale. So that need to be fixed. The other thing, I usually say this, there is no difference between a skyscraper and a fence when it comes to engineering or providing details on a plan that's going to be signed and sealed by an engineer. And if you look at the plan, I just want to show an example here. I'm not sure if you see the screen now.
Not yet.
No.
Yeah, my computer is terrible today. I don't know why. Yeah, I believe it's on, right?
We do see it. Yes, we do see
Yeah.
it now.
If you look at this is an example. I'm not trying to pick on him, but I get mad when I see an engineer preparing a drawing like this that doesn't, with something, even if it's trivial, that doesn't make sense. If you look at the wording here, 3-inch max. This dimension should be 3-inch max. That means that I could make it, and instead of 3-inch, I could make it 3 feet. So if I make it through 3 feet, and I go down from this point 3 feet down, that means that the footing will be just 6 inches. We have to think about the wording that we put on drawings, and be careful, because if again, if you throw this to the contractor, he's gonna stick with what you wrote on it. So please take a look at this again and fix it. And I believe I agree with you that the kind of fence that they are using is not suitable for the residential adjacency. So they need to change that, and they need to fix the 6 feet dimension to make it consistent with other drawings and with the design and recommendations of the sound engineer. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I don't have anything further to add than what's been stated. I do want to recognize that the applicant has submitted a section with the sound analysis showing the combined effect of the two AVCs or the two speakers in kind of sequence, which is appreciated, given that we've asked for that in several cases. So the plan does not reflect the same data as the section, though. It doesn't show the merging of the two sound levels. It does in numbers, but not in graphics. And so if that could be revised, that would be a more useful graphic for us. And that's
Okay.
all I have.
Revise that.
I'm not sure if the section actually reflects the combined decibels. If you look at the the output of the menu board to the left, you're talking about, Commissioner, you're talking about section AA on BSA 23, right?
Yes.
Yeah, if you look at the menu board to the left and you compare it to the one to the right, right at the menu board, the reading is 73, which is the output of the menu board. It shouldn't be that way. It should be that one to the left, I'm sorry, the one to the right should be 73, 76, 62, and so on. When you go to the one to the left, it should be 73 plus, 67 plus, 62 plus. So even this was dodged, this comment, this like direction or instruction from us was dodged by the applicant, but that's okay. For me, it's a theoretical. Like I said, when I review something, I don't want someone else come after me and pick something on it And he says this guy didn't pick it or didn't pay attention. But yes, I put it on the record that they didn't like satisfy what we requested, and I'm fine with that because it's not gonna impact the outcome of the study. But it's that like the combined effect of the two menu boards is not shown neither on the section nor on the plan.
Okay, I took these slightly elevated decibel readings beyond the second menu board as being the resulting sound between across the two.
If
And
you look
so
at the
it's for-
contours, they are the same, right? The green is 58, the green is 58. The yellow is 54, the yellow is 54, right?
I mean, we have 50, I'm not sure where you're looking, but the orange here is 73, and then the second orange one is 73.14. So it shows a slightly elevated decibel rating beyond the second menu board, which I understood to be responsive, but I think the applicant can confirm that for us.
Maybe I'm looking at maybe a different version of the drawings, but this is
Okay, we will have the applicant clarify.
yeah, this is January 8th, the one I
Yeah.
have.
Let's
maybe.
let's have the applicant clarify it.
Sure,
please. Okay.
sure.
I think from the conversation that we just had, it seems very clear that the board has concern with regards to having residential lot line fencing treatment be done as indicated in this case. And I think going forward, we need to make sure that when such uses are located along residential lot lines, chain link fence with acoustic block is not going to be a sufficient measure. It needs to be of a more it needs to be of a material that is very respective of the neighborhood context. So it needs to be complementary to that, and B, it needs to be of a much more higher value sensitive material in operation and also in appearance. So a chain link fence with the plastic sheet of an acoustic block is not going to be the answer to that. It needs to be more of a solid wall acoustical construction that should be considered going forward. So this is to all the practitioners out there. Please take a note of that when you're considering such uses abutting residential use.
Sorry.
Okay, let's go to the next case.
Item number 17, 2025-36BZ, 13725 Jamaica Avenue, Queens.
Okay, so applicant has provided proof of continuous use. Also, a revised plan has been provided. Applicant is proposing a 5-foot wide by 2-foot deep in-ground planting with arborvitae reaching a height of 8 foot along the residential rear lot line, and a 5-foot high chain link fence is proposed along the rear lot line. I need the applicant to provide a section of the in-ground landscaping. Why is the lawn in the rear being fenced? Especially it is since it is not going to be used for anything and not even for storage. So remove the 6-foot high chain link fence along the lawn, and instead of that, actually that I don't know why the chain link fence along the residential is 5 foot high. Make that 6 foot high. It is not clear from the proposed plan the perimeter treatment material and the height along 138th Street. Is it vinyl fence or is it TLC? And I don't know what TLC is. Also, while there will there be any fence along the parking spaces number 1, 2, 3 located along 138th Street? At the last hearing, I had asked the applicant to relocate the airbag tower from the corner to one of the parking spaces located along 138th Street. Instead, the airbag has been located to parking space number 4, which abuts the residential home. So the applicant is to relocate the airbag away from the corner and from the residential lot line located by parking spaces number either 1, 2, or 3. In comparing the initial existing plan and the revised existing plan, the existing curb cut dimensions are all equal or less than 27 foot. Please confirm that the existing curb cut width and indicate them on the plan. Because based on the revised existing and proposed plan, there would be no need to revise the existing curb cut width, which I think in the previous plan, it was indicated, initial plan, it indicated that the curb cut width would be revised. So please clarify that. Section AA on plan sheet BSA 13. I'm not sure what is that for. Please link it to the plan. It is not clear from the signage plan BSA 08 if sign number 2 will be illuminated only on one side facing southward. Since it is a double-sided sign, I need the applicant to clarify whether it will continue to be a double-sided sign or it will become just a single-sided sign. And if it is going to be single-sided, make it very clear on the note that it will be a single-sided sign. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I did also find continuous use, and I have no further objections.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
They still need to correct the selling floor area in the statement. It still doesn't match what is on the plans. On the plans, it's listed as 965 square foot selling area. In the statement, page 5 of 8, it talks about total square footage and not selling area, and it doesn't match the plans. It's listed at 1,930 square feet total for the store. They need to correct that and reconcile the numbers.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to your comment, Chair, I'm on the plans, there is the handicap access. It says raised handicap access, again, similar to the other case that we discussed last hearing. I believe they need to either show a section or show some elevations like I explained to them last hearing. In addition, there is a typo, I believe, in the cover letter that says that the air and vac are located to the northwest corner of the site. I believe it's northeast, not north coast, and they are not adjacent to the price sign, I believe. That's my understanding. If I'm not correct, I believe they can clarify that. Thank you.
Well, I am not satisfied with the location of the proposed air vac, which is abutting a residential lot line. So it needs to anyway change from there to 138th Street.
Understood. I'm talking about the consistency between the cover letter and what is shown in the drawings.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Commissioner Yoon.
Hi, okay. I agree with what you've stated, and I would like to walk through the different fence locations and just make sure we're all in agreement of what they should be doing, because there's a few different conditions, and I also don't know what TLC is, but let's just start with the 138th Street side. So first, it's not clear to me what the extent of the proposed fence would be. Is it for anyway, it's not clear to me. Is it just where this bold kind of thick line is, or does it go all the way across? There's a new masonry trash enclosure proposed here. This is the current condition with the chain link fence along here that continues all the way up to the curb cut. And I think that when they move the air vac to the location that you had requested last time, somewhere over here, the fence should also continue to whether it starts again at this new masonry enclosure and ends at the curb cut, there should be a fence here so as to prevent people from parking on the sidewalk and making sure that all operations are occurring on the inside of the property line.
Mm-hmm.
And then the quality of the fence should be not a chain link fence. It should be replaced with a PVC or some sort of residential quality fence. Correct?
Which one? Quality of which chain link fence?
I'm saying it shouldn't be a chain link fence, and it should be either one of the PVC style that look like sort of wooden fences or a wooden fence, but what we call residential quality.
Yes, the exterior along the 138th Street, it should be not a chain link fence, but a PVC or a residential quality fence. However, I understand why they're proposing a chain link fence along the lot line, because there are windows abutting the residential lot line, and they wanted to maintain a chain link fence to, I guess, not to block light and air. So I understand, but the remaining frontage of 138 should be more of a residential quality fence. Yeah.
So where I've highlighted in red, but you're saying, oops, so I want to just go back to, sorry about the annotations. Let me,
That's a seahorse.
a seahorse?
Looks like a seahorse.
Let's go over here to the other side and sorry about the lag. So here they're proposing this 5-foot high chain link fence here, and then there's the building.
Right.
So the question is, do we want to keep a chain link fence there, or do we in this location?
Actually, that's a good location for it to be a PVC.
That's what I was thinking. It
Yeah.
should be.
PVC and PVC starting from the porch wrapping around to 138.
Oh, you're talking about this location?
Also,
Oh, also, okay.
no, so the PVC fence should wrap around up to the should be to the porch.
I see. So you're saying from Van Wyck.
Okay, no, so PVC fence from Van Wyck to the front wall of the building.
Sorry, that's terrible. Yes.
Yes, that. And then it can be chain link fence for the remainder. And from the rear, yes, PVC fence. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we are looking at all the conditions.
Yeah.
And then I think that was all I had in addition to what you had stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next case.
New cases, item number 18, 2024-52BZ, 1226 Avenue V, Brooklyn.
Okay, we have received proof of initial filing, hearing notices. Community Board voted to approve this application in December of 2025. This is one of the last two 73-622 special permit applications that were filed prior to the adoption of ZHO, and hence is permitted to proceed pursuant to pre-ZHO 73-622 to enlarge an existing semi-detached single-family home at the subject site located in an R4 zoning district in Brooklyn Community District 15. Applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, open space, lot coverage, rear yard, and side yard. Please note that the DOB objection sheet states incorrect required values for open space and lot coverage and side yards. The site is not in a flood zone. The applicant is proposing to enlarge to 1.35 FAR, and it's proposing to reduce the perimeter wall height to 22 feet. Currently, it is 28. Well, actually, it's the same.
Excuse me, Commissioner Otley Brown has a hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm sorry, interrupted.
Isn't this also a variance? That's what the paperwork said, that it was a special permit as well as a variance because they needed a front yard waiver.
Yeah,
I thought
Oh.
that was for 1228, the next case. Are we? Hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know I have it as 1226. No?
1226, and then the next one is 1228.
Oh,
Which one's the
122
corner
is a
lot?
variance and a special permit, yes.
1228 is the corner lot, I believe, and 1226 is the interior lot.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
my
this
mistake.
one is
I
an
have it
interior.
listed in reverse. My mistake.
Okay. Actually, I was questioning why this is, well, anyway, when we get to that, we will talk about that case. Oh, come on. I'm sorry, my computer is acting up. So,
Just while we're talking about it, that 1226 is this interior lot, and then lot 10 is the next case.
and is proposing to increase the height to 34 feet, and the lot coverage would increase to 56% and would reduce the open space ratio. One of the threshold of 73,622 is how much of the exterior wall and joist is being retained. And in this particular case, applicant is proposing to retain 70% of the exterior wall and 90% of the exterior wall on each floor, and 90% of existing floor joists also will be retained. So with what the applicant is seeking is an enlargement that will be 1.35 FAR. There are only 7 homes as per the applicant statements that exceeds 1.35 FAR. The build context for the zoning lot that are 2,000 square foot and less, build context of the zoning lot that are 2,000 square foot are less than 1 FAR. And the attached homes that are located on block 7373, fronting on Avenue V, are even of a smaller lot size, but they're the lot, and that is causing the bumping up of the floor area ratio. So keeping all that in mind, and also, just what is today, what would be permitted under post CHO would permit a 1 FAR, a standard zoning lot. And I think the prior board also would have considered similarly. A 1 FAR should be is what should be considered. However, if this site qualifies for a predominantly built up, then an FAR of 1.35 can be considered, but the applicant is seeking an FAR waiver. So unless the applicant can justify this site qualifies as a predominantly built up, maybe then an FAR waiver is not needed and the FAR enlargement can be as of right. But in the absence of that, I question the justification for a 1.35 FAR. It should be brought down to 1 FAR. And also, the building should be set back in the rear above the first floor by 5 foot, and indicate on the plan set that the planting requirement of ZR 23-451 is being met, and it requires 25% of the front yard to be planted. Yes, Mr. Costanza.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and the predominantly built up is as per the zoning at the time pre-ZHO.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm sorry not to jump ahead, but and we'll get to it. The next case is not a variance. I don't know why the project description states so.
Yeah, because front yard waiver, when it's a corner lot, we do waive one of the front yards. And it's a pre-existing non-complying. So
But all of their paperwork, they even try and satisfy the findings as if they're considering it a variance.
yeah.
I think it's best for at least the record on this particular case we'll address the problems of the next case when we call it, just to keep the record clean on this case.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Chair, for your comments. While I didn't initially find the ask to be that much because of the retention of the joist and the exterior wall. I do understand your argument about how there are only 7 houses that have this level of FAR, and how many of the houses are much smaller and or have less FAR than one. So I think they need to respond to that in some way meaningful to not offend the neighborhood character. And that's my only comment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I don't have any additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you, both of your comments, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have a few comments in the response that was provided, the cover letter in November. The applicant stated that DOB, they're still waiting to see if this would be as of right per ZHO, and just would like an update on the status with DOB. I also think that the statement should be revised to reference 11-47, which is the vesting regulation that would make it clear that you're using pre-City of Yes or pre-ZHO zoning, and that way when we're reviewing this, it's clear that that's what we're looking at. Similarly on the zoning analysis form, it would be helpful to make it clear that you're using a pre-ZHO zoning regulation as we look through the zoning analysis form. I didn't see a side yard study, which is one of the waivers being requested. I did do an analysis of what would be permitted today post ZHO. And if this is a predominantly built up site according to current zoning, then a 1.35 FAR would be permitted, and all of the other asks would be permitted. DOB is the authority on this, but I was just trying to see where we would land today. And the only request that seems non-compliant per today's zoning would be the 20-foot rear yard, which we've granted in the past on many 73-622. So I found that the asks were minimal, given that in current zoning, the only thing that seems to be out of compliance would be this 20-foot rear yard. And we did get a rear yard study for the neighborhood context finding. Also, we did hear and grant a 73-622 at 1224 Avenue V a couple of years ago. It was a different applicant, but that FAR was 1.27 based on my notes. So we do have an adjacent property that doesn't seem to be under construction yet, but we did grant the 73-622 at 1.27. This is not shown on the FAR study that was provided, but that could be added.
However, the applicant needs to justify that it meets the predominantly built up for it to qualify for 1.35, which has not changed under the pre and the post ZHO. It's still 1.35 if predominantly built up. What the post ZHO does, it allows for a bump up. It actually has a bump up in the standard FAR of 1.0 compared to pre-ZHO, which is 0.75. Okay. Right, thank you. Those are all very good comments. All right, next case.
Wait, Carlo has his hand up.
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, so for this next case, thank you, Vice Chair.
Can we call the next case, and then we can put it in the record for the next case?
Sorry. 2024-58BZ, 1228 Avenue V. Okay, Carlo.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just checked the filing. I don't know, the combined lineup, the lineup shows this variance, but there was no variance filed. This is just a special permit pursuant to 73-622.
Carlo, I'm going to interrupt you because the paperwork, the latest statement of facts and findings specifically says that this is both a special permit and a variance.
Okay, if
in the third line of the very first page, to request both a special permit and a variance to allow the enlargement of existing single-family semi-detached residence. Maybe this is something that should have been taken care of before it was ever put through to the commissioners to review. I don't know, but that's what the latest statement says.
Jello.
Go ahead.
I don't believe, I'm having a little bit of trouble opening the file, but if one of the waivers is a front yard, the special permit under 73-622 did not allow for a front yard waiver, so maybe they need the variance for that.
That's
Right.
what
And
they
and I just
state.
want to clarify that to my understanding, a variance was not filed for.
So I think that right now, probably the best course of action is that they do need a variance. So we can comment on this, but I think postponing it would probably be best administratively.
It's been postponed, I think, or changed a couple of times, hasn't it?
But if we don't have, we can't, if we vote on this, if we close it or anything like that, we can't meet what they need.
Sure, sure. Okay.
Like without them filing for a variance, which is what they would need to get this project concluded, I don't know what the point is of us talking about it now.
Your call.
I agree. I think, first of all, since it was not technically filed for, even though the statement of facts and findings do speak to it, it's a technicality, but we need to correct that.
Okay.
But it's also, I think it's a bit more than a technicality because it's what the public knows as well.
Well,
You know?
they did get a DOB objection for the proposed minimum front yard being less than required. So they did go about the business of preparing a variance case. They just didn't pay the fee.
Yeah.
And also what the
don't-
hearing
yeah.
notice says is important because the hearing notice is what the public sees. I'm checking into that right now, but the description in the hearing notice to the
The
public.
description in the hearing notice does talk about 7622 and a variance of 7221.
So the public was notified that.
The
Yeah.
public was notified.
I'm okay with putting the cart in front of the horse, but you know, however you guys decide you want it, you know, if the public has the appropriate notification, we can
No,
talk
this
about it.
sets a wrong precedent when an application has not filed the fee and we hear it. So I'm going to postpone this. We will schedule
Okay.
this for the next hearing.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
So, moving on to new cases. Item number 2025-42BZ, 5 Wheeler Avenue, Staten Island.
All right, we received proof of initial filing, hearing notices. Community board has voted to approve. We did receive one letter of objection. This is, we are seeing it as this is the second time we are seeing a new application. This is the second new application on this particular site. If you all recall previously, there was a proposal for a Starbucks on a portion of the site. So this is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-311 to facilitate an accessory drive-through for an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment proposed at the subject site. This is a fairly large site, and the applicant is, this time the proposal is to provide a drive-through eating and drinking establishment for McDonald's, and it will be the only occupant of this entire site. And 2 curb cuts are proposed. One would be from Victory Boulevard and the other one would be from Wheeler Avenue. So a couple of housekeeping. Please indicate the block number on the radius diagram. The landscaping plan, maneuverability plan, and the sound exhibits need to be included into the main set, and also orient all the plans uniformly. They should be consistent. The cardinal direction should be consistent in all of them, makes it easier to review. Narrative lacks information regarding hours of operation for McDonald's. The text refers to Starbucks hours of operation and also provide the pickup hours, trash pickup hours, that is. So let's move on to the findings of 73-311 as part of finding A. 11 applicant is proposing 11 reservoir spaces for this drive-through when 10 are required. And there will be 2 drive-through order placement station, but that will narrow out to 1 pickup window and 1 payment window. For the queuing analysis, applicant, please use the DOT queuing methodology chart and provide that. I need to, I need to review that to determine the reservoir spaces would be adequate or not for the subsequent sections. With regards to finding B, the TDF report on page 2 states that the proposed project would not generate more than 50 vehicular trip during any peak period. And since it is less than that, it screens out. Project analysis analyzed new signalized driveway movements that is proposed for the intersection of Jewett and Victory Boulevard to assess the traffic operation. So based on that, a lot of the analysis has been provided. I had a little bit of confusion with regards to all the different types of analysis that were provided. But first, let's start with the fact that I don't know what the what the peak hours are for AM, midday, and midday, PM, and Saturday. The travel demand report needs to indicate those peak hours. With regards to the trip assignment estimates, it shows that 20% would be entering from Victory Boulevard. However, the analysis is not clear as to the estimated number of vehicles that would be entering from Wheeler Avenue. On page 1, third para of the TDF memo, it states that most of the trips are expected to use the proposed site access driveway on Victory Boulevard. Then when I look at figure 4 and 5 of the trip assignment for both inbound and outbound, it is not clear what the vehicular trip assignment is for Wheeler Avenue accessway. So please clarify that. Now, then when I look at the trip assignment figures on attachment D, page 28 to 52, there would be an increased number of vehicular accessing to and from Wheeler Avenue. So I want the applicant to combine all of this information and put it in a very cohesive way that explains what would be the passing and the pass-by vehicular trip and the new vehicular trip for both Victory Boulevard and for Wheeler Avenue, no build and with build in a chart form, if that is possible. With regards to finding C, according to the proposed layout, the most convenient way to access this drive-through would be from Wheeler Avenue, and same for vehicles exiting the site. Instead of orienting the vehicular circulation to and from Victory Boulevard, which is the primary commercial thoroughfare, the proposed projects would, based on the way it's laid out, would draw more vehicular circulation through Wheeler Avenue, which is predominantly built with residential homes beyond the subject site. And based on the site layout, I'm not sure if the trip assignment assignments as shown in figures 4 and 5, or even in the attachments, is rational. So Wheeler Avenue also is not a very wide street. It's a 60-foot wide street compared to Victory Boulevard, which is 100-foot along this subject site. So while B travel demand analysis looks perfect, but when I'm looking at the site plan, I'm not sure how one is arriving at the distribution and these assumptions. So there is a mismatch in terms of the way the site is laid out and it's being analyzed. With regards to D, it meets the finding regarding the air quality for drive-through based on it's been analyzed for finding B. Applicants state that the proposed vehicular traffic generated for the drive-through would peak at 59 vehicle, which is below the SECRA threshold. Now, in B, it screens out of level 1 because it's less than 50, so there's a mismatch. So please clarify that. The subject site is located at a lower elevation from the adjacent residential lot, though not clear the proposed height and the light pole and its lumen spread. So I know this from the previous application, there was a section that was provided that clearly showed there's elevation difference between the residential lot line and the subject lot line. It would be helpful to provide that and show where the fence and acoustical barriers would be provided, and also where the light poles will be and the height of these light pole in relation to the elevational differences. So applicant needs to provide a lumen plan, which has not been provided. With regards to the final finding, applicant needs to provide a detail of the vinyl fence with acoustic fence that is being, with mat installation that is being installed. In this particular case, unlike the Kingsbridge, because of the elevational differences, if it is maybe in this case, a vinyl fence with an acoustical mat installation may be sufficient, but I need to see the elevational differences between the residential lot lines to make that determination. Otherwise, an acoustical wall should be considered. Since the open parking area has 18 parking spaces and is of an area greater than 6,000 space, the landscaping around it, as I understand it, must meet sections 37-90 of the zoning resolution, and this would need to be addressed. You would need to address the landscaping along the rear and the side lot line, and also along the frontage of Wheeler Avenue. So applicant needs to provide an analysis and the plan showing compliance and application of section 37-90. Those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. You seem to have touched on most of my comments. I do want to mention that we did receive a host of documents that were uploaded into our lineup yesterday afternoon. One of which, I'm not sure if you mentioned, was the community board that voted 23 in favor and 1 against, with the condition that this is not to become a 24/7 type of establishment. Other than that, there was a new statement of facts that was submitted. I did go through some of it, but I did have a bit of the confusion about whether or not this was a McDonald's or a Starbucks. That still needs to be clarified in the statement of facts that was supported, that was just submitted. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with what both the chair and the vice chair were saying in terms of the paperwork needing a proofreading and to accurately state throughout the paperwork what this actually is. I had a little trouble with it in the beginning when I reviewed it, and I was really frustrated to see that yesterday it was resubmitted with the same error talking about Starbucks. Again, I find that very frustrating. I think that the applicant should be looking through their papers before they submit it and make sure that it actually makes sense. That being said, I still have a comment about the C finding, because it doesn't seem to me that they even addressed it. I thought the C finding is that the character of the area within the 500-foot radius of the site is being oriented towards motor vehicles. It doesn't even address that. It really just talks about required parking and the layout of the parking lot and how they don't have to provide the planting islands within the parking lot because they have less than the threshold amount of parking spaces. But that doesn't really talk about the nature of the neighborhood. So that's one of my comments. And then the other comment is similar to yours, Chair. In the finding, when they talk about the fencing and the retaining wall along the residential lot line, it's unclear whether or not the fence is sitting on top of the retaining wall. Is it next to the retaining wall? And what's the total height as it appears to the residential neighbor when they're looking at the site, basically? So that's the information I would like filled in.
Yeah.
Chair, we do have Ms. Banks.
I was just gonna say, yeah, Ms. Banks is the one.
Oh, yeah, yes, go ahead.
Hi.
Yeah.
I just want to make a clarification that I think the documents were uploaded the second time yesterday. No conflict for what you're saying, just I think there are some duplicates in the file. I'll go through it.
I did look at what came in, And it's listed as having been submitted yesterday at 11:12 p.m. Is that the most recent, 11:13?
Yeah, I wasn't
Well-
I think those are re-uploaded.
So they're
No,
not.
11:13.
Yeah, they're not new documents. Is that what you're saying, Ms. Banks?
Yeah, they were from originally, I uploaded them on
121st?
121. Yeah, and then I think Vincent uploaded them last night.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
so
double check.
is there a reason why the applicant wasn't informed about the fact that that it's talked about Starbucks as well as McDonald's when that issue was raised by me last week?
No, I thought we'd talk about it at the hearing. Those duplicates that you see conflicting McDonald's and Starbucks, I think will be throughout each of these documents. The Starbucks McDonald's thing isn't the duplicate. They sent that once. You commented on it. You're looking at the same 121 as you're seeing on 126.
Okay. All
That's
right.
all.
So we will try to resolve this. So there's no reason to resubmit duplication of the old document. So we can get into that this
Offline.
offline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree that there are like some inconsistency in the documents submitted, also like lack of like proofreading or review of some other documents, and this is common actually. I noticed this during the past whatever from some applicants. So hopefully this is going to be fixed. Again, it's very frustrating to see that in a document submitted by professionals. That regarding the noise diagram and the noise plan, I believe the readings or the data shown on the noise diagram are based on AVC installed and operational. I haven't seen a note on the plan saying that, nor in the statement of facts it talks about any AVC utilization. So that need to be clarified. If the AVC is going to be used, please indicate that in the statement and add a note to the plan saying that AVC will be on all the times, and I believe it's needed. Regarding the lumen spread, yes, I agree that we need a lumen spread showing lumen data, showing the locations of the lumen unit, the lighting units, and the specifications of the lighting units. If you look at the landscape plan, there are some sections provided there that if you look at the plan, you can see the section IDs shown on the plan. So they need to show which section is taken where on the plan view. Also, they need to address violations in the statement of facts. I understand that, and this is typical. They usually submit a base sheet separate, but again, it saves us time to like address that by the applicant in the statement of facts instead of digging for a separate sheet. Regarding the sections, I wanna share the plans, and I'm kind of like confused. I'm not sure if I looked at it from the right perspective, but allow me a second to share the plans. Yeah, I believe you can see the plans now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at the plan view here, section AA, I believe is here.
Mm-hmm.
This is section A, 1A, I'm sorry. This is 1A. And 1B is here. And 1C is here. This is where the menu board is. And if you go to the sections, the physical sections, this is A. You can see the adjacent residence is elevated, and it shows that actually the acoustic fence will be on top of the retaining wall.
Okay.
And same thing here for B
Mhm.
and C.
Okay.
This is where the menu board is located. If you compare this to this, I'm not sure if I'm following right, but I believe this section sound attenuation wise, this section is more critical than that. This is where the parking is located. Let me again go back. A is here, B is here, and C is here. So I believe the most critical one for A and B and C is this guy here. If you look at C, I don't see any acoustic fence on the detail, nothing. So that need to be clarified and hopefully I'm missing something. If not, they need to fix that. Thank you.
Well, the acoustic, section C, that frontage, the most sensitive frontage is where the section 1A and section 1B is. Where the acoustic, where the menu board is located, it is actually facing a commercial use. And so if you look at the section, if you look at the elevation, it says 1-story brick concrete gas station. So
I see.
so I think
oh yeah, it's on the plan. I missed it. Yes, you're right,
Okay.
Chair. Yes,
So
I see that.
I think that would be okay. I'm more concerned about the nature of the fence treatment along along the residential lot lines,
A and B actually.
A and B.
Yes,
So that section as shown, I don't know what that seems to be quite a bit of a height difference. 6 foot high, and then there's another 6 foot. That's a 12-foot high. So maybe that should be adequate.
I believe so. I agree with
Yeah,
you. Yes.
okay, yeah.
From the sound perspective, yes. 12 feet. I'm not sure if the difference is 6 feet because it says varies here. But if it's even if it's on the order of like 4 feet plus 6 feet, that's 10 feet. I believe that would be sufficient.
Okay.
Thank you.
Somehow or the other, I missed this section. I was looking for it. So thank you for pointing that out. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have a few comments. Some of them will be hopefully not too redundant, but I agree with everything that was stated before. In addition to the typos that were mentioned in the statement of facts, there's also reference to 73-243 special permit. It should state 73-311 as it states in the findings. The maneuverability plan I find a bit problematic because it only shows 3 different kinds of box trucks, but I think what we're also trying to look for is how a car would maneuver through the site and actually access the drive-through. And
Yes.
I think, here, while this shows that a delivery truck could make it through all of the pass-by lanes, I'm going to tag on to what you were saying, Chair, and just discuss a bit about why I feel like the overall site layout is problematic. I went to the site when it was previously before us, and driving down Wheeler Avenue, as you said, it's a one-way street that's quiet and narrow and residential. And to get to the next arterial road, you have to make at least one turn and traverse a couple different ways to get back to a major street. So I think we discussed this the last time we heard the case. We were trying to avoid sending cars down Wheeler Avenue and trying to prioritize egress through Victory Boulevard. So this current layout, to get to the drive-through, you need to either enter here and then go all the way around to enter, or you're coming in on Wheeler and you're coming in, right? But then, so that's entering, but then to egress, you have to make a left turn. And so then you're gonna go out on Wheeler and then you have to go this way because it's a one-way, or you're circling all the way back around in this pass-by lane and coming out on Victory, which to me seems like a lot of excessive circulation and doesn't seem to promote using the Victory Boulevard as egress, and would probably send more people onto Wheeler Avenue. So I find that that's problematic, and I think that also the TDF memo, as you indicated, Chair, these inbound and outbound figures don't make a whole lot of sense to me. It says that 20% of cars are going to be exiting from Wheeler, but that means that the expectation is that everyone who's leaving the drive-through, again, is going to be coming out, going all the way around and completely circulating the site. Sorry, that didn't work out, but you know what I'm saying.
Yep,
So I feel like that as a design doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, and it doesn't seem consistent with what's being stated in the TDF memo. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think that just as in addition to what you have already stated about that, Chair. DOT also stated that they want Victory Boulevard to be exit only and have Wheeler be the primary ingress. I think that if that's to be pursued, we should really look for a design that promotes using Victory Boulevard as the egress, the primary egress. Let's see. There's the defense. So one thing I wanted to bring up is the here. At this moment, the grade levels between the driveway and the site seem to be a bit closer in height. Of course, as you get to where the actual windows are and where the site, where the actual drive-through will be, the elevation change will be quite different. But what would be helpful, I think, just for reviewing this, and because the sections state that it's varying, and so we don't know how low or high the wall is, we have these top of wall elevations that indicate the top of the retaining wall. It would be great to get spot elevations, even just, 4 across this length and across these adjacent residential properties that indicate how high the residential grade is and how high the site grade will be. And that way we can understand what the relationship is of the proposed site to the wall and then to the adjacent neighbors.
Spot elevations, both sides, right?
Both sides. That's
Both sides,
That's the only way we'll know the elevational relationship. And then we can determine whether a chain link fence makes sense or if a residential quality fence would be needed. BSA 12 is illegible. I also agree on the chair's statement about zoning section 3791. Just because you're only required to provide 15, you are in fact providing 18, which would trigger this requirement. Not to mention your parking area will exceed 6,000 square feet. So
it's an either or, right? It's an either or. It's either 18 or 6,000 square foot. So in this case, either way, the section will apply.
Yes, and it's very clearly stated that they think it doesn't apply. So I think that was the strange part of the statement of facts to make such an indication. Let's see, the landscaping plan shows a 10-foot vinyl fence. The site plan and statement show 6 feet. So we need to just reconcile all the fence comments. And I think that
I think I'm beginning to understand the reason this vinyl, these acoustical fence is 6 foot, because they come in when they come in that size, 6 foot high size. And that's why even in the Kingsbridge, we saw the 6 foot high, the confusion. They're not that's the fixed height. And that's why that confusion is coming.
there are other fences out there. So I don't really accept that as a,
Okay, good.
I think that's the extent of my comments. Yeah.
Carlo?
This is very helpful. Thank you. Hold on. First, Mr. Costanza, then Ms. Benke.
Yeah, no, I actually had a question for Commissioner Yoon. Is this site in the lower growth density management area?
Yes.
And does that affect the requirement?
I don't know. I think maybe the applicant should let us know that, but when I was looking at it, I didn't see
Which requirement?
I think
the
if,
3791.
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I didn't have a
I
chance
don't
to
think
look.
so. I don't think so. I think if anything, it would apply more. And I seem to recall from my way back those days, unless it has changed, I did a project where this section was applicable for a accessory parking lot for a shopping mall in Staten Island in the low density growth management area.
Yeah, I just thought like if a requirement, like say a buffering was 4 feet in the lower growth density management area, it's 5 feet. So I just don't know if that's applicable also to 3791 or 3790s in general. But I just wanted to put it out there that at least should be addressed if it is. Because again, we're not waiving those sections.
Yeah, I believe it does, but the applicant should clarify it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon.
I just wanted to go back to the DOT comments. Thank you for pointing out that one of the DOT comments was a recommendation that the Victory Boulevard entrance be modified from 2 ways to 1 way. And also the response to DOT comments was submitted, but it's a partial response. We still need the backup data. And there was several comments on the site plan, so that we would need a revised site plan that goes together with these hearing comments and the recommended DOT comments.
Okay, thank you.
Move on.
Okay, yep.
Item number 21, 2025-46 BZ, 5904 17th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Don't have a community board vote on this. However, we did receive a letter of opposition and a letter of support. This is an application for a bulk variance pursuant to zoning resolution 72-21 to enlarge an existing as of right use, a house of worship at the subject site. Applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, lot coverage, perimeter wall height, front yard, side yard, rear yard, sky exposure planes, and setback depth. This is an existing, this is a site which is currently used as a house of worship, the applicant is proposing to enlarge this house of worship. Just before I get into any of the findings, please revise the zoning chart. It is missing the information regarding lot area and lot width, existing lot area, lot width. It says not applicable. It is very much applicable. Is there an easement along the rear lot line? I would like the applicant to clarify that. The site is not in a flood zone. So with that, let's go to what the applicant is proposing. Applicant is proposing to enlarge the existing house of worship to an FAR of 4.36. And the existing is a 2-story building with a cellar. Applicant is proposing to enlarge the second floor and add 3 more floors, which would be used for rabbi's accommodation. So with that, let's go to the findings. The board has recognized house of worship and schools are entitled to deference. So with that, we look to the programmatic need. In its programmatic need, the applicant states that the congregation is experiencing growth, hence proposing, quote, enhancement to its space to meet the increasing spiritual, communal, and logistical needs of its matters. Now, and then the statement talks about how many congregants attend. There is a mikvah in the cellar that is used daily, and the synagogue is also used throughout the day. 60 attendants attend the synagogue daily, and there are multiple daily services and classes are held. There are study sessions that are provided both in the morning and the evening, and also on a Sabbath afternoon. Weekly lecture learning sessions are also held, which are attended by 50 congregants, and then there is a continued demand for more religious program. So the main prayer room has 43 seats, and average daily attendance would increase to 60. So, and that is expected to grow. So first of all, per existing plan and the proposed main prayer room, there will be 39 seats. only in the as of right sheet, where the entrance has been modified, it allows for a seating arrangement for 43. So please look through the documents and revise your submission. So in its statement, it makes reasoning for this expansion on 2 grounds. One is proposing a programmatic addition on the second floor to address the increased number of congregants. And that would be done by providing a flexible room that could be used for prayer, study, smaller community gatherings to allow for simultaneous events to occur. And it will accommodate the overflow from the main prayer hall also on Sabbath and high holidays. And the second one is housing the housing rabbi at the site. And this will allow for an addition of 3 floors, and it will allow the rabbi to be present all day and be accessible to congregants. And rabbi's apartment will also host Sabbath and holiday meals for elders and single congregants and provide an intimate environment for Torah studies and discussions. So I have a lot of questions and clarification that I need from the applicant. Programmatic need, while it speaks to the need to accommodate larger congregation and hence a need for more program events spaces, the proposed enlargement seems to be primarily to support an accessory use, which is a rabbi's apartment. There needs to be a physical, in order for the second floor enlargement to work as a simultaneous event space, there needs to be physical separation of the space. Furthermore, more importantly, based on what has been stated, there needs to be a physical separation of the synagogue space that is open to congregants and the accessory space that would be used for rabbi's unit. So there is no nexus between the need for the rabbi's unit and the program event as stated. There are just vague statements that's been provided. There is no clarity that has been provided as to the need for this space for rabbi's unit. Also, please note, per zoning resolution definition of accessory use, living or sleeping accommodation cannot exceed 1,200 square feet and it shall not be considered a residential use. So if this is an accessory use, which is how it has been framed thus far, the floor area as proposed is 54% of the total floor area. For the floor area as proposed for the rabbi's unit is 54% of the total floor area. And that makes it not a primary use. Synagogue is the primary use. And in this case, rabbi's unit is the primary use. That is not acceptable. So if you are considering to provide a rabbi's unit, it has to be a separate space, not tied to the congregants and not to be used by congregants. And it has to be much less than the total floor area. And the synagogue is the primary use, and whatever programmatic need that is there to serve the congregants must be within the synagogue space and not in the accessory space, which will be used solely for rabbis and rabbi's family. So as I mentioned, the proposed rabbi's unit is larger in floor area than the proposed floor area for the synagogue, which is contradiction given that the argument starts with the programmatic need to accommodate the congregants, and the congregants has increased, and you need to have more service spaces. As I mentioned, the proposed improvement that is being stated for the second floor plan is not optimizing the space. Though the multipurpose room area is large and it is an open space, it fails to show how it will be used for simultaneous events being held. Also, I found the vertical circulation for the as of right allows for more space on both first and second floor use, and for the multipurpose second floor multipurpose room, and for the main prayer hall. And this may allow for some of those communal activities that is proposed to be held in rabbis' units can be held within the synagogue area. So as stated earlier, the justification for the third floor for Rabbi's unit is extremely weak. And I don't think the board has approved any such case ever. And I do recall there was one case where the applicant finally withdrew the request for the Rabbi space because it far exceeded the floor area than the need for the synagogue and the congregants established. And also, I would say the proposed building is not ADA compliant. If you're going to have seniors gather for meals and studies in the Rabbi's units, it's on the third floor. So I'm not sure as a plan that makes sense either. And will such gatherings be occurring every day in Rabbi's unit? And will this be simultaneous with other events? Again, if that's the case, then this layout does not work. It needs to be a standalone synagogue with its own multi-purpose activity spaces that will serve all its need, and not to justify the need for the Rabbi's unit, which will also serve as that space. We do know that there are separate spaces that are allocated for Rabbi to hold its meetings privately with its congregants. There are office spaces that are provided, there are conference rooms that are provided. Those exist today, but the proposal is to turn that into a multipurpose room, which would be used for other activities, and kind of the Rabbi's unit will become the de facto office space where conferences and such private gatherings and meetings would be held. That is not acceptable. So please go back to the drawing board and revise. And applicant needs to provide daily schedule of events, including those that are being that is proposed to be would be hosted in Rabbi's congregation, how that would be carried out on a daily basis, absence of a Rabbi's unit, and also indicate the notes at which events Rabbi needs to be present. If the Rabbi's existence on this with this building is so needed, they need to justify, is it a 24/7 existence need for the Rabbi to monitor everything all throughout? Also, I don't know what the hours of operation is of the synagogue, so that needs to be provided. So moving on to the neighborhood character, while I agree with the statement made by the applicant that regarding the lot size, which is a shallow lot, and the typical depth of a site would be 100-foot wide, which would allow for a maximum 4,000 square foot of floor area. The proposed floor area far exceeds that, and it is mostly being driven by the enlargement of the Rabbi's unit. So I do not find the justification adequate for it to be bumped out to so much of FAR than would have been permitted on a typical lot size. While the board has granted vertical enlargement in excess of the permitted FAR for House of Worship, it has been to accommodate the programmatic need of the congregants. In this case, the vertical enlargement is solely for the Rabbi's unit and not for the programmatic need. With regards to the self-created hardship, the finding has been modified for nonprofit organization. Please refer to BSA website, the requirements, and provide the necessary documents. With regards to minimal, of course, lot is lacking because the programmatic need does not substantiate the justification as shown physically. There are 10 open DOB and 1 ECB violation, and I believe they're all related to boiler inspection. Those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with most of your comments. And, you know, as you said, the rabbi's quarters are actually bigger than the very synagogue. And that means that they need to make a serious adjustment both to the plans itself, the proposed improvement, and the programmatic needs argument. I felt it was a bit vague saying, you know, having the rabbi here will lend himself more available to the community at will. You know, there has to be a little bit more of a realistic timeline where we can rely on other than just these vague statements. There were some, it seemed like at one point, clearly this is a 5-story building, but it seems at one point during the statement of facts, they called it a 4-story building. And when they say there are other 3-story buildings, that kind of seems a bit misleading, but that might just be my read on it. So finally, the neighborhood character, we do make allotments for neighborhood character on houses of worship, and there's case law behind it, but the facts as presented do not support a 5-story building when the majority of this building is a rabbi's personal quarters, even though he may use a portion of his personal quarters sometimes to host guests. I think this would set a bad precedent moving forward.
Yeah.
And I have nothing further to add.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and I think what is to me a little bit concerning is that the applicant state that the congregation has increased. If it has increased, a number has not been provided. And if it has increased significantly, the proposed enlargement that is being proposed for the main synagogue area, the prayer hall, and the multipurpose is not that significant. So it doesn't, and whatever the program that is being provided, it's not clear what is the change that is being foreseen between the existing program that is being provided and what is the proposed, and therefore
Also, the nexus between them.
Yeah.
Because when they say, they did state that they have seating for, I believe it's seating for 64 or 46, but they have 100 people coming, and they can't fit the seating, yet the plans don't show a solution to that.
consistent. Yeah, the plans are not consistent with the statement because the numbers shown on the plan and what is stated in the statement is also incorrect. So there is a lot of gaps in between.
There's I think this project really needs a overhaul look. Rather than us picking it apart, I think they should go back to the drawing board and stay within what we are, what our precedent is, and what's actually needed for this congregation, which I do believe that, I believe the arguments that it's growing. You need to make this nexus between the programmatic needs and the development that you're asking.
Yeah.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I fully agree with the chair and the vice chair. I feel the proposal as is for an accessory apartment does not pass the giggle test. It's supposed to be an accessory use. However, it has the primary amount of square footage, which suggests it is a rabbi's apartment with an accessory synagogue associated with it. I agree with you that we have no information on what the total congregation is, and we also have no information on the growth rate of this total congregation. And then, of course, the plans don't bear out their assertions that this is a growing congregation when all they're proposed to have is 39 or 43 seats in their newly proposed sanctuary.
Yeah.
So the paperwork, there's a disconnect between the paperwork and what's actually in the plans. And of course, the programmatic needs do not support anything other than we want to give the rabbi a super large apartment to live in. And you can't use Cornell doctrine to provide luxury living spaces for somebody. I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but I totally agree that there is a complete disconnect between the argument and the programmatic, or the proposed and the programmatic argument. I believe that the proposal is kind of like a change to the existing primary use from a synagogue with any accessory something to a primary use of an apartment or a rabbi residence with an accessory synagogue. My main concern on this is the size of the apartment that's proposed. I believe they need to do either of one thing, two things. Either go back to the argument and redesign the proposed to tie it to the argument that programmatic needs, or just simply reduce the size of the proposed apartment, and I believe that would help them when it comes to the finding that's related to the minimum variance. I don't think right now the proposes is meeting that finding. And in addition to that, I have a concern regarding the neighborhood character, because if you look at the proposed, I believe that building, if it's approved, is going to be at least 2 floors taller than any other building existing around. So I did look at the street views, and I believe, yes, it's going to be either 2 or 3 floors taller than adjacent buildings. So hopefully they're going to take a closer look at the design, modified, so they can move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And to that point, Nasser, you know, their explanation for why that's appropriate, I think, was very, very limited. I believe the chair mentioned the 2 main reasons. That one is that, you know, these type of uses are usually significantly larger, and the other is that it will facilitate, you know, this will lead to facilitating the need. But again, really limited, and also, again, back to the nexus, I don't see it.
I agree. I saw kind of like an approach to argue that it's going to be some accommodation for the congregants into that proposed apartment on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor. But if you look at the floor below, the current proposed 2nd floor, there is a multi-purpose room that this accommodation could be done at. So I couldn't find the argument convincing to me.
Right. So let's let Commissioner Yoon complete. I want to say something after everybody has spoken. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been stated. I also want to just stress that the overall gross square foot enlargement proposed for the synagogue is less than 100 square feet. The entirety of the ask for the floor area on top of the existing building is for an apartment. So it's not just the percentage, which is obviously begs the question of what's primary and what's accessory, but that the programmatic argument that the congregation is growing and that resulting square footage change is just 100 gross square feet feels out of, these arguments aren't syncing up. I also wanted to go through, well, I went through the precedent cases that were provided, and you know, the most recent Buddhist temple case, but also another rabbi's living quarters cases. There's clearly in the resolution discussion of whether those living quarters were contributing to the floor area waiver that was being requested, and to minimize or eliminate the amount of floor area that was causing the bulk request, the bulk waiver request. And so there is certainly precedent in the documents provided that there's a concern about the size of the apartment or the living quarters and whether or not that drives the floor area waiver ask. I think what's been stated about the nexus of the co-location of the rabbi's apartment and the synagogue has not been made, so I'll leave that. And Chair, I think you touched on something important. I think a development or a change to the existing building of this scale will trigger the need for an elevator, because I don't believe you can have a synagogue with a multi-purpose conference room where people cannot actually attend if they have a mobility or disability. So I don't know if well, I'm going to leave it at that. I think that would be triggered with this sort of enlargement to the existing building. I think the zoning analysis form, you touched on this, but there's a couple errors, so please revisit this in your next submission, and I will end at that.
Thank you all for your thorough review. I think for me, what was very troubling right from the beginning is when I started reviewing it, and I was looking for, okay, where is the programmatic justification? And it was not clear. And we do not know what the increase in the congregation amount has been, what it will be in future. And based on that, what is the need for the programmatic growth and where those programmatic growth needs to be, other than a very open space, multifamily room, multifamily space that will be used for simultaneous operation, which I also fail to see how that would be used simultaneously when it's a big, large open space. Oftentimes I say when you submit a plan, it tells the truth. And in this case, what I see is that at most what would happen, the ground floor and the second floor would be used by congregants for during prayers, and rest of the official duties would be carried out in the rabbi's unit, which is not acceptable. That's not what the what this purpose of this work is. And as has been stated, and in the past based on precedents, you know, or if the statement is that it has increased and whatever program spaces is going to be located within the second floor would be enough, then I still don't see the justification why the rabbi's unit needs to be at that location. Alternative argument is to be present there when more or less everything, your congregation sizes really then therefore has not changed that much, because you're able to accommodate them within your existing prayer spaces, and your program spaces is going to be there as there, except for 100 square foot and increase, which is not going to change dramatically your programmatic need and event needs. So the whole nexus between the need for the rabbi to be present 24/7 with the synagogue fails, because it is currently operating without that. So I find this whole application to be a very weak application, and the argument to be extremely weak, and it's being driven primarily by the need to provide a unit for a rabbi's unit, as Commissioner Otley Brown very well put it, is that the Cornell doctrine is not to provide luxury living accommodation for somebody else. It is really to either to enlarge the programmatic need and accommodate the need of a house of worship, and which is not what I see in this case. Next case.
Sorry about that. Item number 22, 2025-47BZ, 20437 45th Drive, Queens.
We received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board has scheduled a hearing for this case for February. It would be held on February 2nd. This is an application for a bulk variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to develop an as-of-right use on the subject site. Applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR and front yard. So this is a very irregular, highly irregular corner lot. It's a bow tie corner lot, and it has frontage along the entire length of Clearview Service Road, the block front, and the two other frontage that it has are less than 17 foot wide. But I think that one of the first thing before even we get into anything, I want the applicant needs to confirm if the zoning lot has been in existence in its current layout as of December 15, 1961, for it to qualify for the zoning resolution section 23-334, which is the modified side yard requirement for the existing narrow zoning lot. So next thing I want to start off by saying is I'm very disappointed with this submission. It is an incomplete submission, and board is starting with a handicap, as the basic information is lacking for the board to conduct its initial review. FAR yard study is missing to meet the C finding. Single and separate ownership study is missing to determine D finding, and the board cannot therefore make E finding. I'm also going to direct my staff not to schedule in future initial hearings for cases such as these, which are incomplete in its submission. What is to me is even more concerning is that the incomplete application package was per board's rule, which is required to be sent to the community board elected officials and the borough presidents for review. and for them to respond prior to board scheduling a public hearing. And it is concerning that the community board and elected officials received an incomplete application, which only makes it difficult for them to conduct a public review and make recommendations. And I hate to say this, but it also corrodes the trust in the applicant and the board as a whole. So please do not proceed to submit an application that is incomplete just to hold a space. And I'm going to direct my team not to file not to schedule such applications for hearing until the basic information has been provided for us to conduct a review. Then some more house cleaning. The applicant needs to dimension the floor plates, indicate the proposed floor to ceiling height of the cellar space. Is there any planting requirement per ZHO? Add notes to cellar and attic. It shall not be used for living or sleeping purposes. I do not see the justification for a 9-foot high roof structure over a 7-foot 11-inch high attic space. The roof structure needs to be lowered, and it will start from the roof of the second floor, which will with more pitch to be less than 8 foot high and serve as an attic space for storage and therefore not count towards floor area ratio. So let's start with the uniqueness. While the uniqueness study in this case is missing, I will accept the narrative and the radius map because it's a highly unusual site. It's a bow tie site, but it's one zoning lot. It's not like 2 lots. It's one zoning lot in a bow tie shape. And as the radius map shows that there is no other such encumbered lot located in the study area. The closest one that we did study and did approve was a triangular site located on the abutting block, which had a reasonable, a little bit better configuration to allow for a residential use, and where I think the waiver was only for yard waiver and not even for FAR. Moving financial analysis not required for such residential developments. Moving on to the neighborhood character, of course, since the analysis is missing the FAR study and the front yard study, I really cannot make much statement. And based on the narrative, it is inadequate to support the increase for the FAR. And the applicant also for this purpose needs to establish that the site is a pre-61. Considering, and I would say if you want to make an argument for an FAR, one approach could be, and I'm open to suggestion from the commissioners, is to consider a typical corner lot, typical lot that would be permitted under the zoning district. So a typical lot size in the zoning district is a 2,850 square foot with a 30-foot frontage. So if that's a lot size, then that would permit, based on the current FAR, it would permit maximum of 2,137 square foot of floor area. The proposed floor area exceeds that by over 180 square foot. I definitely do not see the justification for the increased increased floor area over than what would be permitted on a typical lot size of 2,850. So the applicant needs to reduce the floor area. The streetscape graphic of page 13, the representation is incorrect. The proposed building is definitely not in scale with the photos. Instead of providing something like that, consider providing a streetscape elevation drawing and a better photo montage if that's not, of course, possible. Self-created hardship, again, I cannot speak to that because the applicant has not provided any information. And with the minimal, again, cannot provide any feedback on it because we are lacking information with regards to C and D findings. And as I stated earlier, the project scope must be reduced to to a floor area as I was based on the way I was going about it, but the scope of floor area must be reduced, and the height of the building must be reduced. Even though it is permitted, the argument, the way it's laid out, that attic space is going to be very well used as a livable space because it has a nice bathroom and other things, and on top of it, there's a 9-foot high roof line with a mansard roof, which makes it very usable. So I fail to see the justification for such a tall, skinny building. Remove the attic and bring the roof line above the second floor, and give it a more of a pitch, so that most of the attic space below the roof height is below the height of 8 foot. So as it doesn't qualify as a floor area, if that's what you want to do. Those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I caution myself when I say this, but just because you have an irregularly shaped lot does not automatically make you meet the A finding. And they haven't gotten into how this irregularly shaped lot is a detriment to them because they haven't done the proper comparisons of. I just didn't find the proper comparisons. I agree with everything else that you said here, and I really don't have anything more to offer.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I fully agree with you, Chair. I feel that the application is lacking the required studies to make both the C and the D finding, and as well the E finding. I have no more comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shedder.
Thank you, Chair. I do agree with your comments. I wish that the board have decided to postpone this application. Just to explain myself, on last Thursday, one business day before the hearing, the applicant submitted to say that a uniqueness study is in progress, an FAR study is in progress, a single and separate ownership study is being prepared. The architect is reviewing the planting requirements. The architect will add cross-sections to the plans. So I believe if this very relevant material were missing from this applicant, we could have postponed it. However, since we didn't, I do agree again with your comments, and I have nothing further to add, and hopefully this is not going to happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with everything that you stated. I think it's incredible that they showed this 7'11" attic with a 9-foot roof with windows on top of it, effectively showing a 4-story building. The attic and the roof certainly have to be merged into one vertical space. I actually think that my reaction to the floor area waiver was that the applicant, in addition to all the other missing studies, should show that their lot size is somehow unique and providing them a hardship, because the irregular shape does not necessarily mean they don't have area that would generate as of right floor area. So I think they should also, beyond just a typical site of 2850, I think they should do a study of whether the lot area itself is unique and whether that would justify any kind of floor area waiver. Also, we did receive 2 neighbors' objections in the past day, and I just was looking at those briefly. One of them does mention the obnoxious uses of the site, and I did visit the site, and it's being used for some sort of commercial parking. There's a lot of let's see, vehicles stored. There's debris, there's sheds. All this needs to be cleared. All this needs to be removed from the site. This is not a permitted use for a site in a residential zone. So I think before we hear the case again, we should have evidence that all of that's been removed. That's all I have.
Move on.
Mm-hmm.
The final case is 2025-48BZ, 2435 Frederick Douglass Boulevard, Manhattan.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Committee board has voted to approve this application. We also received a letter of support from New York State Assembly Member Wright. So this is an application for a bulk modification pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to develop a 22-story residential building consisting of 282 low-income permanently affordable supportive housing unit at the subject site. Applicant is seeking waiver of FAR, building height, maximum density factor, and base height. So the proposed development would be serviced by would be developed by services for the underserved, and it would be built pursuant to HPD's supportive housing loan program and HDC's tax exemption bond financing, and the project would be 100% low income permanent affordable housing with on-site support service. And 60% of the project's unit would be, as part of the supportive housing loan program, must be set aside for formerly homeless households. So that's the proposal. This would be a 22-story building, and the base of the building would reach a height of 25 foot, where the required is 60 foot base height. So let's move to the findings with regards to uniqueness. Prior to the charter revision of November 2025, board had expanded the Cornell Doctrine for consideration of such affordable housing projects through variance. And the applicant's submission is thorough in this regard and responds to finding A. Applicant has also received a soft commitment letter from both HPD and HDC. With regards to the C finding, financial analysis not required. With regards to the C finding, this neighborhood has a mix of building typology ranging from tower to street wall buildings. There are several super block sites with development floor area in excess of the proposed. And there are super blocks that consist of building typologies ranging from tower in a park without street wall to buildings with street walls. And many of these buildings also have very high lot coverage. So the proposed building is, while it will have a low base, the tower portion will set back from the street line. And this base, I believe, would extend the length of the street frontage, and it would continue the street frontage of this, it will continue the street wall that is fronting along the Frederick Douglass Boulevard. And I think it would activate the street frontage. Also, the applicant states that it would meet, the proposed building would meet the HPD design guideline, and that is one of the reasons why it is proposing a lower street wall, lower base to meet the HPD design guidelines. The ground floor will consist of all the services, support services, and from second floor onwards, the residential uses will be provided. And that is one of the reasons why the units, the floor plates are being reduced, and the street wall height is being reduced because a wider street wall would not meet the HPD design guideline standards. Self-created hardship is being met. And with regards to the minimal, a sensitivity analysis was provided, which shows that with the maximum dwelling unit, there would be a significant funding gap, which would be addressed if 282 dwelling units are provided. The proposed development will not alter the neighborhood, essential character of the neighborhood, and any disadvantage to the community at large for granting this requested modification really gets outweighed by the advantage that is derived by the community and the city. So it meets a E-finding. I want to say something more to this, and that is that before the charter revision from charter revision as of November 2025, board has been processing such applications through BSA, and this application, is also is very approvable under the new New York City Charter Section 666-A as well. The New York City Charter's Fast Track Affordable Housing 666-A gives the board the authority to modify use, bulk, or parking requirement to develop affordable housing, provided board finds that the building is located in zoning districts where residential use is permitted. Building will be owned by an HDFC and will secure the support from HPD and is consistent with HPD design guidelines, and that the proposed building will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. So just looking at the section of section 666-A regarding the subject site, the site is located in a zoning district where residential use is permitted. And the applicant states that the Service for Underserved and James Equity will be co-developing the site. And Service for Underserved is a 501c3 nonprofit organization and also an HDFC pursuant to Article 11 for private housing financing law has been filed for certificate of incorporation. The applicant has also secured letter of support from both HDC and HPD for the proposed building. And as I mentioned, both with regards to finding C and E of 7221, the project would meet the neighborhood character. So I think in both ways, the applicant would meet the findings of 7221 as well as findings of section 666-A. And this was actually the first green fast track project BSA received, and there is no the project screens out. And the applicant has provided all the necessary information, which I'm not surprised by. As you know, this application has been prepared by our former chair, and this is a very thorough application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I fully support this project. I believe it satisfies all the findings. And while there may be an argument that it is big for its immediate surroundings, I do agree with your comment, Chair, that the mix of towers and smaller buildings in the research area for the entire character of this neighborhood, it is certainly met through there. But more importantly, I think this particular project beautifies the neighborhood, both in the sense of architecture. It is a very nice looking building, and also for its purpose. So I have no other comments than I think this was a really well laid out project that lends itself to us pushing this along as quickly as we can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I fully support this project, and I think that it's very complete upon presentation, and I have no comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the project meet the findings. I believe that it adds to like that neighborhood. I'm very supportive to this kind of like projects, especially the affordable housing, and I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree. It's a very thorough, very thorough application, and I am satisfied.
Okay, great.
Okay, so this concludes the review session. So we'll begin at 12:14. What do you want to do, 12:30?
Yeah, let's make it 12:30.
Okay, so we'll resume at 12:30 for the public hearing. And we will start with the case from on yesterday's calendar, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Ms. Matias, we are recording. We are live. You may proceed with today's public hearing.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 27, 2026. We will begin with an appeals case that was heard on yesterday's calendar, 2023-75 BZY number 2, 1750 East Chester Road, the Bronx. That's Todd Dale.
Todd Dale.
Mhm.
Mr. Dale's hand is raised.
Yes. Oh, what happened? Did
Mhm.
somebody provide? Is he in the panel now?
Yes.
I'm
Anyone
here.
with you, Mr. Dale?
No, just myself today.
Okay.
Okay, please state your name for the record and please respond to the board's comments.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the application. I did listen to the comments at review session. We had hoped to be able to provide the supplemental cost information that matches the updated chronology. Unfortunately, administrative issues ran into that, but we'll get that submitted to the record. And I believe the other comment was raised by Commissioner Yoon was we'll review the statement for any typos, especially the one zoning section was cited. We can submit a new statement. And I would just state for the record that the property owner and the applicant team is aware that this is the second and final statutory period that the board can grant under this particular section for a vested right to complete construction. The property owner does anticipate they will actually be able to complete the core of the building by the end of 2027 and just leave the interior finishing. But we're aware of that, and we're also aware that should additional time be needed, that an alternate common law vesting application would be required. But we're not anticipating the need for that at this time.
But you are it seems from what you're saying that you would need a subsequent vesting, but under common law.
No, they're expecting to be able to get a TCO by December 2027, which would be the end.
Oh, okay.
That's what I have been informed, but we are aware, and we just wanted to state for the record that we heard what you said and we understand the time period of this particular appeal.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so please provide that update, and let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2023-75 BZ Volume 2, 1750 East Chester Road, the Bronx. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-286-1665 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in from a phone. And if in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. How much time will you need, Mr. Dale?
I'm not sure. It shouldn't be terribly long. I believe that they were close to completing the additional cost information. So I believe we could submit within, let's say, 2 weeks, just to be safe. But we can be flexible with the board's calendar.
Well, if I'll wait for anybody to call in. I don't see anybody's hand raised.
No one yet.
Okay.
Timer is ended. I don't know why it's not marking. Okay. Sorry, it didn't make a sound. Sorry.
Oh, okay. It's I'm going to make a recommendation that we close it and keep the record open for Mr. Dale to make that submission. Just revise the statement of facts.
Yes, we'll do that also. The statement and then the cost supplemental information.
Yeah. And we will schedule this for one of the February hearings.
Great, thank you. And we can be flexible if the second hearing is better for the board.
Okay, all right, we'll
Right.
do it for the second hearing of February.
Right.
Motion to close, Chair Shonda,
Aye,
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
thank you.
Thank you. Now back to, we are now proceeding with our regular calendar for the 27th. Zoning calendars, continued hearing items 2025-27 BZ 3657 Kingsbridge Avenue, the Bronx. That's
Alright,
Jennifer.
Away.
Yeah.
Anybody else who is going to speak on behalf of the applicant? Melissa, Diana, Rebecca, Ethan. Oh, I may have let someone else in by mistake. Is your team here, Ms. Mazwe?
Good afternoon, Chair. Just checking. I see Melissa, Ethan, Rebecca, Diana. Yes, I believe we are all here.
Okay, everyone raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session, whoever is the lead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jennifer Mazaway. I'm going to partner with K&L Gates. And I was on this morning along with my team and we listened to the comments from the commissioners. I have a few, I think, easy answers. And then there is one issue that was raised this morning that we'd like to perhaps have a little bit more of a dialogue with the board about. With regard to the chair's comments as to hours of operation, we had a fairly robust discussion at our last hearing in November. And I think it was at that point that we had recommended or that we had proposed that we would change the hours rather than being 3:30 a.m. for both the walk up and the drive-through to be drive-through to 3:30 and the hours of operation for the walk up to be 2 a.m. Hearing this morning that the board is requiring different times for the drive-through, we would like to ensure that if the drive-through were to close at 12 a.m. for Sunday through Thursday and then 2 a.m. for Friday and Saturday, that in fact our walk up and interior restaurant operations could proceed beyond those times. I believe the chair said that this morning, but I want to confirm that.
Yes, we are not weighing in on the as of right use. So if you were to have an as of right eating and drinking establishment, you would be allowed to operate pursuant to the underlying whatever the city Department of Consumer Affairs or any other regulatory controls that would control your eating and drinking establishment. The action for which you're before us, which is a discretionary action, is the drive-through. So our hours of operation is solely related to the drive-through operation and its impact on the neighborhood.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that explanation, Chair. Understood. And we will update our plans and our statement of facts to show that. With regard to the height of the wall or fence, we noted that you noted there was a discrepancy between two different sheets. We will correct that. And as it relates to the material for that Acousti-Block, what we had proposed was consistent with what the board had approved for us in another location in Laurelton. However, having heard this morning from the board that is not the treatment that it would like to see between our restaurant and the residential uses, we will provide a solid barrier, something akin to what was at I believe the McDonald's on East Tremont. we'll look to that as a guide, and we'll resubmit with that, with a 10-foot barrier that'll be consistent with what they have at that McDonald's location.
Yeah.
Jennifer, I do just want to confirm, the height of the fence at the East Tremont McDonald's was 6 feet. I just want to confirm that 10 feet is requested.
I think in this case, along the rear lot line, 6 foot, 6 foot may be okay. Along the side lot line, you have a residential building. And there also the menu board is located. So a 10-foot high wall along that side lot line would be more appropriate.
Thank you for confirming.
Commissioners, let me know whether you think otherwise.
I believe that lot 882, is that the residential use? The one to the, I would say, the south?
Yes, it's a multifamily apartment building.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah,
And it
then
is
that
that,
makes sense.
and it is that lot line, that is that lot separation where, Chair, you're requesting the 10 feet.
Yes,
Understood. So we will revise our plans accordingly and ensure that we have consistency among the different sheets as well. That was pointed out by not only the chair, but another commissioner as well. Related to sheet 21, the dumpster enclosure, we will, upon our resubmission, we'll ensure that we have a clearer view and perhaps blow up the dumpster enclosure detail so that it's easier to read.
Can I just,
we-
sorry, before we go off the fence topic, I just want to make sure I understand, Chair. I'm showing this is what would be the north lot line? And this is where you're saying a 6-foot fence would be okay. And then back here is where you want a 10-foot fence near the multifamily?
Oh, wow.
Here we have the side of a residential
Right.
2-story home, and then when you go around, it's the.
Okay.
I'm moving where I want to go, but.
You want to go further towards Kings? Yeah. Turn left. I'm
working
doing
on it.
backseat driving.
So
Okay,
this
so
one,
right now it seems there is a uniform 10-foot high wall.
it does.
Yeah, okay, so I revert it, make it 10 foot all across.
Okay. Just
Thank you.
wanted to
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair noted that we had a direction issue, or it was not clear, a cardinal direction issue on sheet 11. We'll correct those notes. I'm going to defer on signage because I think that is the issue we'd like to speak a little bit more in detail with the board about. But let me get through the remainder of the comments first. So we will ensure that we note the 2 parallel parking spaces or call them out more clearly on the plans. No issue with staggering the arborvitaes. As far as the landscape plan, we'll amend to ensure that that's shown correctly. Chair had a few comments with regard to a discrepancy between the traffic report and the civil plans. Both driveways are proposed to be ingress and egress, so we will make that correction. There's a typographical error or a one error in the traffic report, which indicated that one of the driveways would be egress only. So we will correct that in the traffic report, but both driveways are proposed to be ingress and egress. Commissioner Otley Brown had some questions about the queuing. And so in speaking with our team, we do have procedures in place for times when the queuing does get longer than what's typically anticipated. There are crew members on staff that will often go out into the driveway, the driving queue, to take orders on their tablets and take payments on their tablets, and to speed up that process. And if there are parking spaces available, they will sometimes also direct someone off of the drive-through queue and into a parking space in order to alleviate some of that queuing as well.
Can you provide this in writing in your statement of facts as part of the findings? How you have this operational plan, and let us know when that operational plan gets kicked in. It needs to be not when it already is affecting the traffic circulation. It should be before that. You're preempting it. So you need to and provide that information.
Noted, we will do that in our resubmission. There was a comment that we should put a note on the plan with regard to vehicles blocking the curb cut and sidewalk. We will do that. And that was requested in another application we have as well. I want to talk briefly about the sound. Our sheet AA, it was the last sheet of the set, and I can bring that up. It was discussed slightly by Commissioners Yoon and Sheta this morning. I think we can let's see.
Recording in progress.
We can respond to that question that was asked. Just pull it up. Okay. Everybody can see that?
Not yet. Now, yes.
Okay, great. So Commissioner Yoon was correct. The red, the purple, the blue, or the orange, the purple and blue lines that are immediately adjacent to one of the ordering kiosks, that judges the sound from that singular ordering kiosk. But when you get beyond the second ordering kiosk, these bands measure the combined sound between both of the order areas. And so the sound is not, and Rebecca, I believe, can speak to this more, but the sound is
I'm
not
sorry to interrupt you. I want to save your time. Yes, I was incorrect because I looked at an like earlier version of the drawing submitted. I believe I looked at the January 8th or so. But the more updated ones, yes, it take the combined action of the two menu boards.
Okay.
I realized that. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. So I think that leaves us with the comments that related to signage. And we wanted to spend a few moments discussing the comments that were made this morning. And I'm going to keep sharing my screen if you don't mind. So there were a few comments. One related to the fact that this indicated western elevation. However, this is actually the eastern elevation. We'll make that correction. But I think the primary comments related to these two signs that are on the northern elevation. And I think Chair and Vice Chair both were concerned with the fact that these signs were illuminated. Because they face the residential properties. However, there's a few things to note. Number one, these signs are extremely important because this is the entrance to the seating area and the walk-up area, the patio. So this isn't just a wall an interior wall. This actually is directional in that it drives folks who are coming to the restaurant to know where to go.
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you. I'm looking at the plan. And if the northern elevation is the elevation, the way it's located, somebody who is walking in is not going to see that sign. It's not at a human eye level. It is really meant for a driver who is going to come down that street of 238. It is designed for that. The angle of the signage, the location of the signage clearly is indicated for that. If you want to have a signage that is meant for somebody to know that this is the entrance for pickup, then provide a signage that is at a human level, that is for human, that is not at that elevation.
But so, Chair, if I may, and then I'll also ask Melissa Brotchell from Raising Cane's to also unmute, but those signs coordinate or correspond with exactly where these parking spaces are. So they are.
I mean, come on. If I'm going to come to Raising Cane, I already know I'm there. I don't need that sign to tell me this is right below this. The door is the only door I can use to get in to enter it. There'll be a door, anybody can see it and they will know it. That sign is not, I won't be able to see that sign. And the way it is designed, when the parking lot is there, the building is setting back. There is a lower building that at a height. And so please do not, the justification is weak. And if you're going to provide a sign, it is going to be a non-illuminated sign. You cannot have an illuminated sign facing residential uses. You're only allowed illuminated signs up to a certain amount facing street frontages. The interior signs are not meant to be illuminated. Actually, you're not supposed to have signs, but if you do, they're not supposed to be illuminated at all. And I'm looking at the zoning resolution section. I mean, yeah, these signs are, everything that's regulated here is meant for signage to be located along the street frontage.
And even to just a more of a humanist approach, their families living in these residences, they don't need to have this sign always facing them.
Yeah.
And you have to be a good neighbor. This is a special request. And so what we're asking you to do is to take those steps to create the least amount of impact on the residential side of this thing.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a big ask.
I'm going to take it as I'm looking at the regulation. It does not permit signage outside. Everything related to signage is along the street frontages, and these are not street frontages, and therefore signage is not permitted. And we are not waiving the signage. The application is for 73-622 to allow a drive-through, accessory drive-through use. We are not waiving that at all.
I want to bring up also just specifically 32-671, which is provisions applying along district boundaries. So anything that's facing at an angle of less than 165 degrees away from a residence, just, basically it has a restriction specifically for sites that are facing residential districts. So I think that would be the clear answer of.
Yep. Yes.
And I honestly don't think that we should be disputing this anymore. I think you've heard the board's stance on this issue, and I don't think any argument is going to change that, especially when the code supports our argument.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, we'd like the opportunity to obviously make a resubmission. We will circle up with our team and discuss this particular comment. I think all of the other comments raised by the chair, by the commissioners, we can state on the record that we will make those changes and resubmit. I think with regard to signage, I'm obviously hearing your comments this afternoon as well. I would have to regroup with our team, and we'll make a resubmission and obviously take into account what the board is saying.
Thank you.
Not just what the board is saying, what the zoning resolution is saying. we are driven by what the zoning resolution is saying. Zoning resolution doesn't permit it, and what Commissioner Yoon raised is the section 32-671, and therefore between the two of them, it's not at all applicable. And we are not waiving this. This special permit does not allow us to waive the special permit. And I will say, don't even try to consider a 7221 on this. It will not go. Okay.
And I'm certain that your team will be, and your next response will be responsive and keeping in line with what we've discussed. We don't want to keep this up. We just want it being done right.
Yeah.
We hear you and appreciate your comments.
Chair, do you think it's time to go to the public?
I just want to make sure the applicant team, you have responded to all the comments. Do you have any particular questions, anything else that you need to ask us before we go to the public?
I believe we've answered all of the board's questions from this morning.
Okay.
And have resolution on everything.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for your thorough response. Let's go to the public.
I shouldn't put the screen up. The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-27 BZ 3657 Kingsbridge Avenue, the Bronx. If you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-286-1665 and then press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment.
Okay. How much time will you need to make these corrections?
A team, what do you think, 2 weeks?
This is quite a substantial review, correction that needs to be made, especially with the signage and with the hours of operation. Statement of facts need to be corrected. Please don't rush. I don't want us to have to postpone or defer the or adjourn for incomplete submission. Please take your time to do a thorough submission, and then we will revert back.
Would the board consider seeing us back in their first March hearing?
Yeah, I think, what is the submission date for March?
I don't have that with me, sorry.
I'm looking at it. March submission is February 19th.
Is that it?
March 9th.
March 9th and February 19th.
Yeah.
Rebecca?
We can make it work. Yes.
Ethan? Okay. Yes, that would work for us, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, no one has called in and raised their hands.
All right, so we will schedule this for continued hearing for March 9th, 10th. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Item number 17, 2025 36 BZ 13725 Jamaica Avenue, Queens.
This would be Nasser. Yep. I have there are 2 Nassers, and I've let both the Nassers allow them to join as a panelist. Okay.
Okay, raise your right hands. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, give
Wait.
me 1 second. Sorry.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments from review session.
Nasir Khanzada, I'm the applicant.
May Abdrahim.
Associate.
Okay. Right. You want to begin, Mr. Gonzada?
Yes. Thank you for the feedback that we heard from the commissioners. We would like to respond to the comments.
Go ahead.
Give me 1 second.
Yes. Shanto, give me the drawing. Just 1 minute, wait. Together. So board had 7 comments. We went over all the comments, and I want to review one at a time. So the first comment was about the residential neighbor side. We have the chain link fence 4 feet high, and board wants to put a vinyl fence there, and they want to have a 6 feet high. We can do that, no problem. We agree to the board, and we are in agreement with that. And at the other corner, which is the 138th Street, neighbor does have a 4 feet high fence, and board wants to put a 6 feet fence also there, vinyl. We agree with that, no problem, we can do that. And on the facing the 138th Street, we do have a chain link fence 6 feet high. I request the board if I can keep that fence and put the blind inside, opaque blind, so if that board can accept that. Other than that,
Along which street frontage?
138th Street, one-way street. And we do have a chain link fence 6 feet high. It's in good condition. And we will make it, blinded with opaque slate inside. And that, if board can allow us to keep that, because that fence is half the fence has a proper wall of the building. Other half is just to protect the stranger not to come into the property. So other than that, on the right side of the building, we have a masonry fence. If we want to make a masonry fence to keep the garbage enclosure made up, that board has no problem with that. On the parking side, right side, we have on 138, 3 parking, 1 with handicap, 2 regular. I like to remove that fence, and I want to put a bollard there so cars cannot obstruct the sidewalk. And we want to have an open space so everybody can see. So that's our suggestion on that. So these are all the fences.
Can you go over the fencing again? There's so many different material that is being proposed. Can you start with what is going to be proposed along the residential lot line? Let's start with that, starting from Van Wyck.
So let's start one more time.
The screen.
Yeah.
You want me to share the screen, Commissioner?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Please let me know if you guys could see my screen.
Yeah, now we can.
No.
Right. So give me a mouse.
Oh, here. This part.
Give me the mouse. Okay, so we're talking about this area. Where is my mouse? This area. So this is on neighbor side. The rear is a residential building, and we were planning to put a vacuum and the air there, but we decided not to do that one. We will change the location. So at this location, we want to plant 6 feet high chain link fence.
No. We said vinyl fence. We said
I'm sorry.
vinyl fence.
I said it wrong. I'm sorry. 6 feet high vinyl fence. We agree with the board and no question on that.
Okay.
On the other corner, the back corner, which is 138th Street and the residential neighbor side, neighbor does have its 4 feet high vinyl fence, but next to that, we will put on our property line 6 feet high PVC fence again. So that agreed, no problem. And you see the 4 trees facing the 138th Street. This location, we have a chain link fence already. So we want to maintain that fence, and we want to put opaque blocking in between so nobody can see what's inside. And then
why? If you're going to have a beautiful lawn, why wouldn't you want anybody to see what's in there?
No, I mean, there's a fence already there, but doesn't have any blocking. We want
Yeah,
to block it.
that's fine. I would say that's okay. Just have a chain link. If you want to have okay, this is what we want. We want if you want that to be a chain link fence, don't make it, don't put slats. Because you're going to provide lawn there. According to your plan, it's going to be lawn.
Yes.
There's not going to be any storage of any junk of any sort.
Correct, agree.
So don't cover it up.
We'll leave it alone, so no problem. And other than that, the rest of the portion with the building already there. This portion has a building already. And this portion, we are planning to put a masonry wall for the garbage enclosure.
Okay.
So we agree with the board. And this portion, we don't want to put a fence here. Why? Because we want to do a bollard here. So we will be using the parking, and the bollard will be better than a fence. So we will do that. So that will be more open and more prettier looking. And we will remove this fence. Right now there's a fence here. We will remove this fence. Okay,
How many bollards would you need to provide to make sure vehicles are not encroaching onto the sidewalk?
It should be 5 feet or less. Typical is 5 feet or less. So the car cannot go in between the two. And it will be, I just did it like 7 bollard will suffice. So that's the number 1 comment from the board. So now number 2 comment is the existing fence to remain or to the number 2 comment, let me just put together. Number 2 comment was about this fence, which is this area, existing fence. I don't know how to.
And what will be the fence treatment abutting the building?
Yeah, that's the one I'm just talking about. 1 second, let me put together. That's okay, no problem. So this fence, this is existing fence, and this is only for public not to walk into the back of the property or homeless or these guys. So we want to keep this fence. If the board wants to change it or make it better looking, we can do that. But we need something there to not to get the strangers get into the back of the building. Because night time, so many people, walk into the back of the building. We want to keep this fence. If board wants to make it a fancier looking, we can do vinyl also. This is just for protection, so nobody goes to the backyard.
Just then, my concern is if you're going to make anything opaque, my fear is that area will be misused.
Understood. So we have right now open.
Yeah.
Right now we have open fence, so I want to keep it as it is.
Okay. Then make the rest of the fence height along the building also 6 foot.
Okay.
Which is already 6 feet.
Which is 6 feet already. This one is 6 feet and this one is 6 feet. Both are 6 feet. This is 6 feet.
No.
already.
I'm talking about the fence that would run parallel to the building wall, the residential building wall. I think you were proposing a 4 foot high or
I am proposing 6 feet high vinyl here, and I'm proposing 6 feet vinyl here. And there's no fence on this side. We are planting, and there are egress windows maybe. So we want to keep those windows, let the people come out in case of emergency, something happens. But we are doing these plantations, so there's no issue with the neighbor. I don't mind putting fence, but that's like there's a block their view and their everything. So I rather leave this plantation there and let them keep the windows.
Okay, I misunderstood then.
Chair,
So
I
that was
just want to interject. So at the corner where the porch is, and then it turns onto 138th Street, I don't know that it makes sense to have 2 different fences there. I understand your comment about opacity versus transparency, but when you look at the condition from the street view, from the residential, which is across the street and adjacent, it seems strange to have a vinyl fence parallel to the lot line, and then you turn the corner and it goes to a chain link fence, which if you look at the Google Maps photos, it seems like it would be a strange. If you could stop sharing for a second, I'll just share the Google Maps photos. not to harp on the, let's see, share this. Okie dokie. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. We have these residential here, we have residential across the street. You're saying that we would have a vinyl fence behind this tree, and then this would go back to being chain link fence and then stop here, which of course currently it's on the property line and goes all the way up to the curb cut. So I guess I'm just asking if we want to reconsider the two different types of fences here and the extents of the fences.
I think Commissioner Yoon is right. I think Commissioner Yoon is right. I will make whole thing 6 feet high PVC fence to match. But this will block the view. But it will be better looking because my neighbor will have a residential neighbor will have a 6 feet high next to his fence, and then it will continue. Otherwise, it will be vinyl and the chain link together, so like mix and match, because there's a 8 to 10 feet distance which is missing the fence. This area, correct? This area does not have any fence at this point. So if I was keeping the chain link fence, I would put 10 feet facing the 138 street vinyl and going wrap up around. But I think I agree with Commissioner Yoon, we will do whole thing vinyl.
Yeah, that make better sense, yeah.
Yeah. It will look
Two
prettier and-
fences like next to each
Yeah.
other are
Okay.
in harmony and
Okay.
I understand there is landscape behind the one on the along the street, but even if you look at it from the winter perspective, the landscape may not be in a good shape during winter. So a vinyl fence would be in a good shape for like all season. So I would be in favor of like making them match. And then it change right after the building.
Yeah, because then you're saying the fence would stop there and then this would be wall.
It will be
Right.
wall, yes. The new
And
wall
then
will come up
This
there.
would be
which is-
bollards here for the
Yeah.
parking.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah, too many materials, but I think the transition from the vinyl to a masonry wall to a bollard is more acceptable.
Okay,
Correct.
thanks. Sorry to
So-
interrupt.
So just to recap, this will be a, let me put the point.
You. Plantation. Yeah, then you have, yeah.
Okay, so we will have a 6 feet high vinyl fence here. And we will have 6 feet high vinyl fence here. And we will also have a 6 feet vinyl fence here.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be the bollard, and this will be a masonry enclosure.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so
And please do finish I would say please finish the masonry in a way that is matching with the rest of the wall that you have, existing wall.
Sure. So we do the matching, no problem.
Yeah.
Do we want to put some bollards also on the western side along the Van Wyck, right next to the parking spots, just to make sure that no car is gonna be parking beyond the spot and then extruding into the sidewalk?
We can put bollards along the residential lot line.
Uh,
Well, there's a curb cut. That's a
It
problem.
is-
Yeah,
There's
I see that.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's a problem. There's a curb cut there.
I'm not
And-
sure
So
about
I-
the maneuverability
I don't
there.
want some-
If
No, I think
Somebody
that
might hit
curb cut is there for the diesel truck to exit.
Yeah, I would not recommend here the bollard because this will, maybe I can do 1 or 2 only, maybe up to here
No,
only.
it's
but
okay.
not-
I don't think it's not gonna serve the purpose. It's okay, I understand. Let it be.
But maneuverability wise, wouldn't that curb cut location like conflict with the first parking spot on the Van Wyck? If you have a car parking, even actually, I would say the two spots, the first and the second. If you have 2 cars parking there, I'm not sure if it's gonna be okay for a truck to like go through
So
the.
we have seen these situations in many cases where especially these would be You know, it's for the
Mm.
diesel trucks that are going to for the gasoline. And those deliveries tend to be at hours where probably the utilization is not going to be that high, and it's only for a duration of time. So I think I'm okay with that. It's not. I'm looking at the maneuverability plan drawing sheet 10, and it doesn't seem like it will be in the way.
Okay, so number third comment was the handicap ramp that is leading to the entrance of the building. So we do have a raised one, but we look at the site and the conditions. We don't need to raise this ramp. We will have the marking there for handicap access, but there will be no raised ramp. They're not required because we will maintain the grade.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was comment number third. Number
So
four
just call
was
it at grade, please.
yeah, we'll
Yeah.
adjust in the drawing. We'll say they adjust the grade to have like a handicap area with the same grade.
Sure.
And you will have bollards around it to prevent.
Bollards. Yes, there will be bollards. There are 3 bollards in there, but we'll have more. We'll work out the bollard accordingly. No problem.
Yeah.
And we might have some bollard on the other side of the building also to protect the building. Number 4 comment was the sign number 8, which is in between the Jamaica and intersection of 138th Street. That is 2-face sign. Yes, we by mistake we kept it one face sign because the other one we made a 1-face sign here. But this is a 2-face sign. We will correct our calculation and we'll put together the 2-face sign. It is a 2-face sign.
The one that's actually
Sign number 8.
Sign number 8 we are talking about.
Sorry, I'm just going to the plan.
Sign also.
Okay.
So we have after the comments of the board, we revise the drawing. If board wants, I can show the latest drawing which I marked up after board comments. So if that will help, maybe I can put together that one.
Okay. So I just want to be clear, the sign number 2 is going to be a one-sided sign, right?
One-sided sign because the other side does not serve any purpose, agreed, and we will blind that side.
Okay, just put a note because it's not very clear from this because it says price poll logo is illuminated. I just want to make sure that it would be one-sided.
Okay.
Just
Sure.
put a footnote to that, site number 2, foot number 2.
Okay, number 5 is the curb cut. Board has a comment about the curb cut, different sizes, why there are 4 curb cut. So these were approved by the building department and these are the correct measurement. We got all the drawing from building department and we copied it exactly what they were approved, what they are there. So they are in compliance with existing record and nothing changed at this point.
Okay.
So these are the curb cut. So number 6 was the relocation of the air vacuum. So we are planning to relocate them at this location so it doesn't interfere with anything. So this is the new location of the air and vacuum because any place else we put it, they are not right location. Currently they are here and we don't want to keep it here because this is blocking. I think that's the best location we have. Other than that, every place else is in between or here something blocking. But this place will be the remote place and we take it from there.
What is the distance from that to the?
You mean this distance?
From the rest to the residential lot line?
From
Could be
this
about
part,
30 feet or so.
I would say 10 feet or so, more than 10 feet because the parking is 8 feet, 8 feet, 8 feet. This is about 10 feet.
I don't know, it's facing these windows. that are on the ground level. That seems obnoxious for people living here.
It's too far from it's about 30 feet away from the building line, from the residential building.
Why is it not possible to provide the air vac where the 1, 2,
Yeah.
3 parking spaces are provided?
Yeah, because this curb cut is so close. And if I don't have much room here. Everything is too tight. I have it right now here and everybody's using it and they park the car here and it works. But board wants to move it. I was planning to move it here, but too close to the neighbor. But from compare this to this is much better.
Wait, why can't it be by the sorry, why can't
Yeah.
it just be located, not there, sorry. Why can't it just be located in front of one of the parking spots?
Right here, right here, right here. When I put it here, because car will block my pump. This is the car, filling the gas. So if I move it a little bit back, nobody will park here. Most probably people will park back here.
It's gonna be
And or the people will park here and buy the grocery. That's the fashion, Nobody will really park here. But let's say somebody park at least handicap will be always blocked, ready for handicap to be parked. And these other two, I don't think it will be parked. But if I put this air and vacuum here, then definitely somebody will block it. So that's the reason I don't want it here. I prefer here because I don't know how many people will.
Okay, I understand why you're proposing that area. But in that case, you're planting, what kind of plant you're proposing?
We have mix
6
and
foot
match.
high, right? 6 foot high?
Yeah.
Arborvitae?
That's right. Evergreens. And I want to keep it away from the building, not too close to the building, so people still can open the window, have some breathing,
Yeah, okay.
All right. And
I-
number 7.
I'm
Good.
looking at the maneuverability plan and I understand why you're reluctant to put the airbag there.
That's right. Understand. Thank you. The next comment is that selling area is 964 square feet. And we did mention everything else, but net area we forgot to mention in our facts and findings, so we will correct the line there. That's our mistake. We forgot to, we mentioned the 1900 square feet building area and all those existing proposed, but net area we forgot to mention. We'll take care of it.
Okay.
That's what I have. Anything else board has, I can answer.
I think you've answered all the questions. Any questions for Mr. Kanzada and his team? If not, let's go to the public then.
So the case that we're discussing currently is 2025-36BZ, 13725 Jamaica Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-286-1665 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
I have a question, Mr. Kanzada. I'm looking at BSA plan set 05 and terms of the layout. I see the attendant area, which is facing outward towards um, the gasoline service area. Will that be the area if somebody wanted to make cash payment or so, they would have, they don't have to enter the building. Can they access this from the outside?
You talking about the ATM or?
No. I'm looking at BSA drawing 05 and I'm looking at the note which says new window and it shows the attendant is facing, would be facing the
Gas station.
the gas station. So will a payment, if somebody has to make a payment, do they have to,
Sorry.
do they have to go into the building to make a payment or can they also make a payment from outside?
We used to have the cash drawer, safety wise, but not anymore. New York City is pretty safe now. So we used to have those drawer that people can do this and lock the door in the nighttime. But lately we don't need that drawer. So right now we want the customer to come into the store, pay the store and buy some shopping. And that's why we want the door to be a little bit away from the
Is the room
counter
muting
so
or
people
muted or something? I can't hear.
So we want the customer to go in the
yeah.
store, pick up some shopping and then,
Okay.
pay for
The
it and
reason
come
for
out.
asking, the
Do you hear
reason,
me?
yes, we can hear
Jumbo,
you.
sorry. Commissioner Sheta, can you hear us?
Yes, now yes.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Kanzada. My reason for asking that was that if there was going to be any transaction happening from that new window area, would it to extend the bollard along that to protect the customers from any oncoming vehicular flow? That's why I was asking that question. If that's not going to happen, then you don't need to extend it all the way.
Yeah. Actually, we will have a bollard entire building in the front. Why? Because somebody might hit the building by mistake. So we will have a bollard, including handicap staging access area, and in front of the building, we will have all bollard. I'll mention in the drawing. My drawings are pretty much ready, and I'm ready for it.
Okay, so you will show those in the plans and provide a section of the kind of bollard you're proposing.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
We went to the public?
Yes, no responses.
Nobody respond, okay. How much time do you need, Mr. Kanzada, for making these corrections?
Actually, we are ready. 1 week is enough for me. I did the drawing already. I made the drawing. In fact, after the comment, I got the drawings ready. I'm ready. First, I'll take the first appointment.
And what about the statement of facts, making the corrections with regards to correspond with all the plans and other things?
Yeah, there's 1 day it will be ready. No problem. I'm ready.
I'm just looking at the submission. February 9th submission is passed. It was due January 22nd.
Right.
So the earliest we can schedule you for would be February 23rd with the submission due date of February 5th.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay.
Yeah, that will work for us.
Commissioners, I'm assuming we still want to keep this as a continued case and not close it, or do you want to close it?
It seems like we've come to resolution about everything that was outstanding. So as long as it's represented on the drawings correctly, then I don't see a problem with closing.
Okay.
You want
All
to
right.
close it?
I am okay with the idea of closing it, but I just wanted to get a read from the commissioners. But so I would then make a motion to close with the record open for all the revisions as discussed to be submitted.
Okay, motion to close, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye.
This will be February 23rd, 24th follow decision.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Kanzada.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 18, 2024 52BZ, 1226 Avenue V, Brooklyn. This is Lyra Altman.
I see Ms. Altman is already enrolled as a panelist?
Ms. Altman, is there anyone else with you?
There's not.
No?
There is not, no.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Absolutely. Lara J. Altman from the Office of Lara J. Altman, and I did attend your executive session and heard your comments. To begin, we'll be happy to get you a revised TOB objection that provides you with the correct values. Next, with respect to the floor area in the FAR, I'll be happy to provide you additional information, including an assessment of whether this application would qualify to use a predominantly built-up standard. In addition, I will revise the papers to include 1224 Avenue V, which is the adjacent home that was provided a BSA approval. It was not included in our initial papers because it had not been approved as of the time this application was filed. With respect to the statement of facts and the zoning analysis, we would be very happy to add the note that Commissioner Yoon had requested that we are showing this as pre-ZHO zoning. Not a problem. Also, with respect to the side yard study, we had not provided one because we were not reducing the side yard. We were doing a straight line extension of a pre-existing legal non-compliant side yard. So we weren't justifying the side yard. That's why we hadn't provided it. If your board would like one, we'd be happy to.
I think in the past we did not require in those situations.
That's correct. In the past, we have not provided it in those situations, but if you'd like one, we could provide it, but we hadn't for a reason.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
Absolutely. With respect to the DOB response, we are still waiting for permits, so we don't have final response from them yet, unfortunately. So I can't provide you with that information. I spoke with Mr. Garfinkel as recently as today. As soon as we receive additional information from Mr. Garfinkel from the Department of Buildings, we will gladly provide it to your board. And lastly, with respect to the rear yard, that home at 1224 Avenue V was actually approved with a 20-foot rear yard on 2 stories and an attic. And our proposal is to provide basically the same change to the rear as that home had approved, as they are adjacent to this property. I know there was a discussion of possibly changing the second floor rear yard, but that home was provided 20 feet on both floors. So we would like to continue with that if permissible to your board.
Can you provide those documents?
Of course I can.
Submission? Okay.
With pleasure.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Altman?
Oh, just a request to revise the statement to clearly start with 11-47 as a vesting for pre-ZHO filing.
Oh, yes.
Right. We had said we would add that with pleasure.
Right. Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that you're discussing currently is 2024-52 BZ, 1226 Avenue V, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the WebEarn ID number 160-286-1665 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. How much time do you need?
If we could please have 3 weeks, we'd appreciate it.
Three weeks, that means end of February submission well, no, you need 3 weeks. That's March then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't see anybody's hand is raised.
Okay, no hands raised, no Holden.
Okay, all right, thank you. 3 weeks, March. We are looking at March 9th, 10th.
If we could not do March 9th, 10th, I'd appreciate it because I won't be here.
Okay, then the next one would March 23rd, 24th.
Wonderful. March 23rd, 24th works. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next one is 2024 58 BZ, 1228 Avenue V, Brooklyn. Let me slay you in anyway. Do you affirm to tell raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? And to respond unless the board member questions?
Of course.
Please
Once
state your
again-
name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Of course.
Before you say anything, Ms. Altman, so here's the issue. I'm not going to take too much time on this one. You're filing under a pre-ZHO 73622 for an enlargement. And then you're also seeking a 7221, which is a post-ZHO kind of situation, and for a front yard waiver. Can't have both. It has to be either everything under pre-ZHO or post-ZHO. So my suggestion would be that you that you do either do 73622 or you do 7221. And I think if you're going to go with the predominantly built up argument, your FAR would be permitted under the ZHO 1.35 FAR.
Understood.
And if that is going to be permitted, then you don't need the special permit. Because your side yard is your non-compliant. I don't know if your yard would be complying with the new ZHO or not. So fold everything under 7221 for the yard.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
I just want to say a consideration here is with the 7221, you do have to consider uniqueness. And I'm not sure that you can meet that threshold.
Should I swear in before I say anything?
Oh, I thought she was sworn in.
No, that's why I'm hesitating to respond.
Oh, okay.
I
Go
think
ahead.
it's sworn.
Please
I-
get sworn in.
Well, did I swear on this? Tony?
I'll
know
do
what,
it
just
again.
make
I'll
it,
do it again,
Tony,
just for
yeah.
the record,
Just
I'll
make
do
sure.
it again. I'll do it again.
I wasn't sure if I swore in, but I definitely didn't introduce myself.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Okay, state your name for the
Now-
record and proceed to respond. Go ahead.
Lyra Altman from the Office of Lyra Altman. I did attend your review session and I did hear your comments. And I wanted to point out to your board that we are also still pending at DOB on this application. And depending on the response from DOB, that may impact what we need from the BSA as well, if anything. So this is another situation similar to the one before, although this one is a little bit different because it is a corner lot. There is a section of the zoning that would permit a straight line extension of a pre-existing non-compliant front yard under the new post-ZHO rules. But there is a debate about how they're going to be applying this section. And that's what is holding us up at the moment. It's called the residential retrofit section. And that's what's been our holdup this time. And we're waiting to see how this bears out at DOB. And until we know how that bears out at DOB, we won't know how it's interpreted, so we don't know how it affects us.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Commissioner Shabeta, you're muted. If you were, I saw your mouth moving. If you were saying something.
I was reading some of my notes out loud.
Oh,
Sorry. about
sorry.
that.
Interesting.
But because it's a new section, we don't have the full interpretation yet, and we're waiting for DOB on this.
Can you tell me the section number that you're seeking the interpretation on? I'm just curious. Not that we are the interpreting body in this case, but I'm
It's
just
called
curious.
residential retrofit. I believe it's 5441, but let me double check. I can look right now. I have the text open. No, that's not the name of it.
That can't be.
No, it's not. It's not the one. I'm trying to find it for you. I apologize. I'd be glad to send it over to
Yeah.
the examiner later. I don't have it in front of me at this very moment.
Carlos' hand is up.
I think
Carlo?
you're referring to 5431.
It's
Honey,
called
let them
residential
finish.
retrofit is the name of the section.
Excuse me, Carlo?
No, that's not
No,
it.
I said, let them finish their,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's 5453.
My computer's not running very quickly. I apologize.
Yeah, so section 54-53 saying
Yes,
up to
residential retrofit.
Yeah.
That's the section.
in all district buildings where 75% or more of the existing floor space is allocated to residential use, an enlargement, extension, conversion, change of use, or other alteration for such building that increases the improved space within them may create a new non-compliance. Okay, yeah, this is a, if I understand, is a replacement of 73-622.
It's a different section, but because it includes it includes the front yard on this, and it's a section that hasn't really been explored. We're waiting to see how they interpret it.
Okay, so I think we need to postpone this completely. I think this application is premature for us to review it for either of the scenarios.
I don't disagree. I know it's been sitting at your agency for a while, so they've been trying to get on, and I understand why. We're just waiting on the Department of Buildings at this point.
Yeah, it's been over a year, so
Yes.
and you know, it's I would
We can
And
give
I
it a
think-
time, we can give it a time frame, like a little bit. And
Madam
then
Chair,
if we don't hear back, we can just put it off calendar.
Madam Chair,
No, we
Yeah.
don't put anything off calendar.
may I make a suggestion?
yeah,
So the 73-622 is preserved under 1147, and Ms. Altman's client is welcome to proceed with it, regardless of what the interpretation is, because that would really be, if they're correct and they can get that at DOB, that really has nothing to do with the 73-622. We cannot proceed with, a variance application has not been filed, correct, Ms. Altman? You made a submission, but there was no formal filing, which that
We amended all of our documents, and I apologize, we did not submit the fee. You are
So
correct.
if I can make a suggestion, Ms. Altman, and I'm happy to provide guidance procedurally, but I think to start off where the chair began, your client is welcome to proceed with the 73-622. They're entitled to that under the pre-ZHO, right? And that could be, and you know, and if you wish not to
you would need to revise the plan to show a setback on the second and the attic floor for the front, so that you're not seeking a front yard. It's complying with the front yard.
Understood.
If after that, and like I think what Commissioner Otley Brown was saying, and again, we can't tell you that you could make the findings of a variance, but if you wish to proceed with a variance, you can do that as well. You know, but I think if you want to preserve the 73-622, you're welcome to do so now, and then figure out the rest later.
Understood.
That's my suggestion, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I agree with that. And abandon 72-21 and then see where DOB lands.
So this application is considered postponed?
Well, no.
No,
No.
not
Continued.
postponed, because we have, it would be continued, but we will adjourn it for until the applicant decides to proceed with 73-622, and revise the application accordingly, or withdraw the application and proceed with as of right.
Ms. Altman, our staff will reach out to you this week and we
Wonderful.
could choose a date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, you want to go to the public now, anyway?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jella. So the case that we're discussing is 2024 58 BZ, 1228 Avenue V, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252 and at the prompt you'll enter the Weber ID number 160-286-1665 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
And I would say, if you do decide to proceed with 73-622, we will put a condition on that, should an as-of-right development be permitted, then the 73-622 will be exhausted, will not be applicable anymore. I don't want at that point a confusion to arise where both are being used.
Of course, it's
Okay.
either or, understood.
Okay. All right. I think it would be best not to find a time for it. You should reach out to our project manager and let us know what the time frame is.
With pleasure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's
Okay.
go to the next.
2025 42 BZ, 5 Wheeler Avenue, Staten Island.
This would be Mr. Rampula.
And Peter, Philip and Peter Rampula.
Okay. And is Tabet Eneme, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing the name, is also part of the team?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else from your team? I see one Peter Rampula, one Philip Rampula. Should I be letting both?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't
Anyone?
know if you need to, but
Okay, I've let them.
And the anime. Okay.
and Tavis should be there too.
Yes, he's here. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond? And to
Yes.
respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Philip Rampula, Peter Rampula.
Tabet Eneme.
Okay. Whoever's the lead, start.
We did attend the review session and I'm going to jump right in.
I'm sorry, there's another gentleman with Peter and Paul Rampula.
Oh,
That is the owner of the property, Mr. Steve Barankin.
And does he need to be sworn in also?
He is not going to testify.
Okay, all right, thank you.
As per the chair's comments, we will put the block number on all of the plans, including the landscape plan and the sound plans. We agree with you that the plans should be orientated the same way. And we've already talked to the consultant about that, so that will be taken care of. I apologize for not having the hours of operation and the hours that trash pickup will take place. We will get that and include it into our next submission. I'm going to, well, the DOT queuing methodology chart for reservoir space. You had advised that we use that queuing chart. As soon as I'm done here, I will have Tabet come in to talk about the traffic study and where we are with DOT.
Okay.
We will do a lumen spread diagram and submit it. We'll show the light spread and Commissioner Sheta had also asked for the make and model of the light fixtures.
Not just the make and model, the specifications in general, like
Okay.
the wattage, the luminaires, the make and model.
Yeah.
I also
So-
want to know the height of these, in light of the fact that there's a grade change, and I want to, that's also would be helpful for me.
Yes. It makes sense. So you wanted a detail of the fence with the acoustic wrap on it, and I believe later on in the comments it came up that we have that on sheet BSA 4. And that has to correspond with the landscaping plans, because they did not put their section numbers on their plan. So we will coordinate that. We're showing a 6-foot-high vinyl fence, a solid residential fence with the one layer of Acoustimat on it, except for what's directly next door to the gasoline station. We are showing it on the 2 lot lines that are adjacent to the residential. At the same time, we will also give you additional bottom of walls on our side of the property, and we gave you top of walls, and we'll grab some elevations from the neighbor in the back on Wheeler Avenue so that it's easily readable to see how high that retaining wall is, because Commissioner Yoon was correct that it is a different size as you go further back into the site.
If you don't want to cost like sending a surveyor, I would suggest as a cheaper solution to send a technician or so, take some heights at the neighbor's property from the top of the wall where the elevations are shown, and give us these heights, and we can just calculate the
very-
elevations, or you can even calculate the elevations on the other side. And
Understood.
put them on
Thank
the
you.
plan. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
The Vice Chair wanted to ensure that there was no, it's not a 24/7 establishment. I don't believe that it is, and we're waiting to hear from McDonald's what the hours of operation will be. And this will be the hours of operation for the drive-through, as well as the restaurant itself, which is allowed on an as-of-right basis. I just want to make sure, I'm pretty sure they're going to dovetail and be the same time, but I want to make sure of that.
Thank you, Mr. Rampula. I just want to add that that was a note from the community board as well.
Okay. Who voted in favor?
I think unanimously.
Commissioner Ollie Brown was correct that we should have taken out the referral to Starbucks in our statement of facts. And that's on me. I apologize. We will address the C finding for the nature of the neighborhood and what it's all about. And what in the E finding, we'll talk about the total height of the retaining wall. Peter, you can jump in if you have any additional comments on that. And Commissioner Sheta talked about the noise diagram, and we will show the data for the AVC that'll be on, even though there's no mention of it now. And of course, we'll give the specification of the lights. We will also address the existing violations in the statement of facts. And we'll tell you what we've been doing to work on those to get rid of those violations. Commissioner Yoon had mentioned there's a typo in the statement. It's not section 73-243. It's section 7. It is section 73-243. It's not 73-311. I have to look that up, but we're aware of it. So the maneuverability plan shows 3 types of box trucks. We will do a 4th analysis for the turns. that show a regular automobile and how it makes it through the drive-through. And the TDF memo will show the number of incoming and outgoing cars. Commissioner Sheta just spoke about the spot elevations. We will reconcile the two different fence heights. We call out a 6-foot fence height. The landscaper called out a 10-foot. We always go by what is permitted in zoning, which is the 6. I don't see a reason to do the 10, so we're going to go to 6 foot high. And Mr. Costanza had brought up a question about whether or not we're in lower density growth management and whether section 37-91 is applicable. Pete, can you bring up the site plan, please? The flood site plan. I did a rough calculation of the parking area. The parking area itself is less than 6,000 square feet. What I want to do. Let me know when you can see this, the screen.
Yes.
I'm thinking of removing at least this parking space, possibly this parking space, for two reasons. Right now, we're showing 11 cars that are stacking in this area. Should, for any reason, another car come along and we don't have this as parking, it does two things. We get under the number of parking spaces. It helps with our queuing. And at the same time, we have this area right here, which is sidewalk, where the employees from this back door take their garbage and bring it to the dumpster. And it just cleans everything up. We can make it a little bit smaller, and we could, in case we go past 11, we have it. And it also gives us maneuverability that a garbage truck can pull in and pull back. We would strike this in yellow and still keep it as paved, if that's okay with the board. Now I would like to turn it over to Tabit.
Can I get to, before we get into these minutiae, I think my biggest question is the orientation of the building and how the vehicular flow that is being analyzed in the TDF and what actually in reality would happen are not matching.
I'm sorry, I should have addressed that. We received the comments from DOT, and I had correspondences with Matt Lorenzo. He wants us to make this a exit only and do a straight and a left coming out and get rid of this, which is another way in, which we can do. I'm saying we are willing to do it. I want to see what happens with the split with the number of cars that are coming out of this curb cut and then come out of this curb cut. So when this car pulls around, if they want to go up on Victory Boulevard, they come out this way, and then they'll go that way to go up Victory Boulevard. If they want to go over to the Staten Island Expressway or into the residential area, they would come out here and go up to North Gannon Avenue or over to Bradley Avenue, which is over in this direction.
Okay.
So yes.
So I think for me, there are two things that we are looking at. There's a little bit of a disconnect. DOT might be more concerned about the traffic flow on Victory Boulevard and less so on the neighborhood character and the finding of C and B and D and E. So I think there is a little bit of a disconnect there, and I don't want to be overwhelmed by what DOT is saying because that's what works from a traffic flow. I'm also concerned about the increase. If this becomes only Victory Boulevard becomes only an exit way, then all entrances would have to be from Wheeler Avenue. And if that's a significant amount of a volume increase on a residential street, that would happen. Second of all, the way the flow of this is, there is, yes, it is possible that vehicles could split onto Victory and onto Wheeler, but chances are higher that more vehicles will exit instead of going through another round the block to to exit onto Victory. More vehicles are likely to just exit onto Wheeler. And that's where I do not know how the traffic these assessment assumptions were made in terms of the vehicular flow and distribution, trip distributions. I'm not sure how that was made and how it was arrived at, because I do see a significant concern in terms of the way the building is oriented and the trip movements that are being considered, and how it will affect Wheeler more so than Victory.
So I hear what you're saying.
And there is no traffic light at the intersection of Victory and Wheeler, so
Correct, right here.
so
whenever you let me.
yeah, please go ahead.
So you're correct, there is no traffic signal here. There's a traffic signal here and on Bradley, and there's a traffic signal here on Jewett. What we spent a lot of time on the last time this was an active case was safely getting people into the site at this intersection. So what we proposed is this striped area. This we are widening on the opposite side of the street from our property in order to get a 10-foot, 3-inch turn lane to get into the site, and to create, more importantly, a pass-by that gets us, so we're not blocking anyone up at this intersection.
What about on the other side? It's only one lane.
This way?
The between what is the road before Wheeler?
Bradley?
Yeah, from Bradley, when you're approaching, there's only one lane. That's a lot of
right now it's only one lane, but by widening this, what it allows us to do is we have one lane going straight and we're creating a dedicated left-hand turn to go down Jewett. And then over here, right now, the only thing that they have is it's a straight and a right in the same lane and a left. So we're creating a left only, a straight only, and a right only. So we're taking care of the ills of the neighborhood by widening this side of Victory Boulevard.
Okay, again, I think this requires a little bit of a larger discussion between staff and DOT and you all, because I remain concerned about the orientation of the building. While it might be on Victory Boulevard, but the vehicular activities are happening mostly on Wheeler Avenue. And that to me is concerning, and that this is not addressing that yet. And I think it's a little premature at this point. You need to get a read from DOT, and we need to, I think I would strongly suggest my staff also have discussion with DOT to help them understand what the findings are and what the board is looking for.
Okay.
And where is the balance between the two? Because if at all, a DOT is saying that you can only exit onto Victory, then you're right, you don't need that additional inbound lane to wrap around. Then your building can move further closer to Victory Boulevard, and that curb cut on Wheeler can further move away from the residential and closer to Victory Boulevard. and then not allow any exit onto Wheeler Avenue. All exit would be only on Victory Boulevard. That's the only solution I feel I would be somewhat okay with. But I don't know if, where DOT would stand on that.
So I would agree with you wholeheartedly, and we were hoping for that. But this right here is a street widening line that goes all the way down. So we're not permitted. At first, DOT in their comments said, push the building this way and have your service window out here. And at the same time, after talking to Matt Lorenz, I remembered from the previous borough president that there is a master plan to widen this portion of Victory Boulevard to actually make it wider from Slauson Avenue, which is way up, all the way down to Bradley. In addition, this is an open culvert that DEP has. So when they do that street widening, they want to take care of the culvert, widen the road, do more turning lanes. We get it. And DOT retracted that last comment about moving the building closer to Victory Boulevard. I was ready to file a companion GCL 35 case to pull that building over the widening line until I remembered about the capital project that may happen within, I don't know, 5, 7, 10 years from now. I don't know when they'll actually do it, but they want to preserve it at all costs, meaning DOT.
Okay.
So yes, I would take you up on your suggestion that staff talks to DOT about this one.
Yeah, I would still, if this is where the building optimally can be located,
But before you say anything, Sheriff, just know, I don't have the 400-foot radius up, but even the house next door is located in a C11 zoning district. We're gonna bring up the 400-foot radius so you can see it. So that's, yeah, there's the zoning district boundary one. 17.
I doubled down.
It's to me that, yes, that's a line, you're right, but Wheeler Avenue is a one-way, and the fact that any vehicle exiting it's a lot of residential vehicular trip on a 60-foot wide road compared to Victory Boulevard.
I agree. I agree with you. I think we should come out on Victory Boulevard. It's controlled by a light. I did this before on 2017 Richmond Road, which was a T intersection, and we placed our curb cut opposite the T, and we were able to adjust the traffic signal so that we had controlled exiting from our site. I'd like to propose that to DOT and see what their reaction is to it. 2107 Richmond Road. It was the old Wayne Reed at the intersection of Lincoln Avenue and Richmond Road in Grant City. And now I have a controlled driveway controlled by a traffic signal.
And there's no way to orient the building the other way, instead of it being parallel to Victory, it's parallel to Wheeler to allow for
That's the way we had it when we were proposing the Starbucks. But it actually doesn't give them room to do a double stack. So that was McDonald's Corporate's first attempt at the site plan, was to turn the building, have people come around, but they couldn't get a double stack to work. And I think that's very important.
I think if I were to consider this layout, it should be exit on Victory, no exit on Wheeler. And the buffering on Wheeler has to be even more intense than as proposed in terms of the landscaping and acoustical.
Well, right across the street from us on Wheeler, I think you got to bring up Google Earth, is an office building with a parking lot. It is
No,
not
I'm familiar with that. Yeah, across the street is a office building. Yes.
right. So that's. All right, go back. Do you want us to bring it up or no?
No. Well, I don't know. Maybe for the commissioners, just to refresh our memory. But I am familiar with that location visually.
Give us a second, please.
I think this requires a lot of coordination between our BSA team, you and DOT, to find the right balance. Yes, it's a complex intersection, but in order for you to meet the findings, where we are at this point, and trying to balance what DOT is asking you to do, we need a lot more improvements to the site. And I think at this point an acoustical wall would be more adequate along that rear residential lot line than a vinyl.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No, I think what you have proposed in a vinyl with an acoustical fence, acoustical material attached to it. I don't want that. It needs to be an acoustical wall that rises up and wraps around the rear and the side lot line of the residential building, and then provide a lot of greening along that rear and side lot line of the residential, because if that is going to be the only entrance, and you need to make sure that it is really well buffered visually and as much as possible from the surrounding residential uses, even though those residential buildings are in a zoning district that permits commercial use.
I agree. I don't have a problem with that. I would need direction from staff. I'm not familiar with an acoustical wall.
We will send you some samples. We have done some acoustical walls. They look like brick, fall brick kind of thing, and acoustical walls. Yes, we can. I think those have been done. We'll send you samples.
Okay. Let's go back. I'll get rid of it.
At this point, do you think we should go to the public, Chair?
Unless Mr. Rampula and his team wants to say anything. Oh, actually, I think you wanted to talk about. I think
it'd be traffic with Tabit for traffic. If I've missed anything, he can address it.
No, and thank you for this opportunity. Yes, I think everything has been addressed, and I will just go off cameras to save some bandwidth because I'm having some issues, but you'll be able to hear me. But yeah, the main takeaway here is there's still a lot of coordination going on with DOT at this moment to address some of their comments which we received, and to arrive with just so that we be on the same page. With respect to, I know there's been a lot of questions about how the assumptions for the
I'm spending like this.
Hello, Commissioner mute. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Enemy.
Okay, I'll just share my screen briefly, just to explain how we arrived at some of the trip assignments and assumptions. First of all, what happened here is we use census tract. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen, sorry. Okay. So we use census tract and a software called Replica, which it tracks or collects information from various users and aggregates it. So what we did was you know, for example, we selected Victory Boulevard, and then we could see where every trip was coming from. So this is the census tract for where the proposed development would take place. And once we selected that census tract, we could see within, you know, the immediate census tract adjacent to that where all the trips were coming from. So for lack of a better word, this is turquoise/blue would be east of the site, then the purple will be west, and then the orange will be north, and then the pink/red is south. So then once we analyze those trips, and that's how we came up with these estimates. So we're still in talks with DOT, and DOT is currently reviewing all these trip generation assumptions. We haven't done a traffic study yet. We are waiting for DOT to finalize its assumption, confirm the assumptions, then we'll move into a traffic study.
Okay, yeah, because I think DOT in a conservative way analyzes what percentage as new trip versus pass by?
So that is all in call. We did collect some from another sample site from another McDonald's, and we came up with those rates as the pass by trip rates and the and all whatnot you have. We have submitted it to DOT. We're having discussions with them now, which methodology, which assumptions should be used and carried forward.
No, I think DOT has a standard. It takes a very conservative approach. It only gives 25% of pass by, right? And the remaining is new trip or something like that.
So Sika does not. Well, for this particular case, DOT had advised us to survey a specific site, which we did. And right now they are suggesting another number, which we are open to, but we just want to see how that would affect our trip generations and the trip assignment numbers. So we are in talks with DOT to finalize that.
Okay. All right. Please do in your follow-up future meetings with DOT, please do coordinate with our BSA staff.
Yes, every submission is going through the BSA to DOT.
Right. No. Any meeting that you also have
Okay.
to coordinate with the BSA staff.
Will do.
Because
Okay.
the findings associated with that the board has to meet needs to match up, and DOT needs to be made aware of that, and we need to work together on it.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you, Tyler.
If there aren't any other questions, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is, excuse me, 2025-42BZ 5 Wheeler Avenue, Staten Island. If you wish to comment in this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you're going to enter the webinar ID number 160-286-1665 and press the pound sign. The next prompt, you're going to press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes, and 3 minutes in which to comment on the application.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
may I suggest making the drawing set as one set instead of like
Yes.
submitting? Yes. And this is one thing. The other thing is like, please, for the documents submitted, make them searchable, make them PDFs, not images. So it's easier for us to search and look into them instead of like. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, how much time will you need to I'm trying to see if there's anybody's call to make this a very complex project, and I
No
don't
hands.
and requires a lot of coordination. So let's do a thorough submission on this one. Let me know what's a reasonable time frame. I don't think February is absolutely not to be considered, and I also would think March. Maybe we are looking at April.
I would prefer March, if that's okay.
End of March, because the submission date for end of March is March 5th. That doesn't give you much time. It's only 28 days, literally 30 days from now.
Also on the 3791 discussion for the perimeter landscaping, if you could
Yeah.
just indicate the area that you're calculating as the parking area and show that it's less than 6,000, and then you're also going to reduce the parking count so that, since we've discussed it, in your following submission, we have evidence that it doesn't trigger that requirement.
Will do. Chair, I know your board has more, and your staff has more experience with DOT than I do, with just a few cases. I don't know what the backlog is with DOT. I think a March 5th submission date is probably very aggressive, and I would look for at least another week for a submission date before we have a hearing.
April 13th, 14th has a submission date of March 20th.
Okay. What's the submission date? March 20th.
Are we good or so?
Yes.
We're good?
Well, I would just ask for the board's help in contacting DOT now, because we do have a submission pending with them that has not been looked at, and they're not going to look at it until the board says look at it.
Yes, we will, our project manager will help in that manner. We'll reach.
Which submission are you referring to, Mr. Rampula?
Tabit made a submission about
The response to comments?
yes.
Okay, we're missing some of that, so my recommendation, like the backup data, my recommendation is get us everything you can, and then we could try and set up a meeting before we formally submit it to DOT, since some of it might change.
Okay, I can get you the backup documents today.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it. Yes, I will ask our project managers and Ms. Benke to work with DOT and applicant on this matter.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Item number, keep going, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Item number 21, 2025 46 BZ 5904 17th Avenue, Brooklyn. Fayem Batan.
I don't see her.
Her hand was up and she brought in. She's in.
Maybe she is already.
She's in.
She's
She's
already. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ms. Batan. Is there anyone else with you?
Just checking the attendee list. No, it's just
So Amanda's not coming. Oh, she's probably for
no,
you.
she's the next case. Yeah.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon. Fayem Batan from Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. We attended the review session. We listened carefully to the board's comments. I spoke with the rabbi and the architectural team regarding the concerns, and we're taking them very seriously, and we'll revisit aspects of the proposal because we're still working through the issues, programmatic needs, the size of the apartment, and potential revisions. We think it makes most sense to respond fully in a written submission.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
How much time will you need?
I think we need like 2 months for a submission.
Okay. Okay. So we're looking sometime in 2 months to submit?
2 months to submit.
Yeah.
So maybe the end of March for an April hearing. I just need to double check with Passover time, but
the April is fine for religious, whatever.
Yeah.
Right, that's why I just need to check, Passover starts the 1st and goes to
Yeah,
the
that's what
8th.
I was saying, yeah.
Okay.
But if we could get a submission in before that, that's fine. But I.
All
I
right,
just
staff will
confirm
get
with the
back to you on
project
that.
manager, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think please do listen to our comments, and as we said, the document needs a lot of justification, and there's no nexus. So,
I understand.
okay.
And we'll work together. Yeah.
Let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-46BZ, 5904 17th Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment in this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 160-286-1665 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand. Excuse me, *6 to unmute. And if in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes. Ms. Morris's hand is up, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to note the applicant team was sent copies of the testimony that was submitted just this afternoon. So they were made aware, but just recently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Testimony from committee board?
No, the 3 pieces of testimony from members of the public.
Okay. Oh, there were 3 pieces. I only counted 2, so I missed one. Okay, thank you. All right. I don't see anybody's hands raised.
Nobody's hand is up.
Yeah. Has the clock run
Yeah.
up?
Oh, you didn't hear it. Okay.
No, I didn't hear it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't, for some reason, you can't hear it from that side. Weird.
Okay. So please reach out to our project manager. It would be one of the April hearings.
Okay. I'll work with Ms. Morris. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item number 22, 2025-47BZ, 204 37 45th Drive, Queens. This is Amanda Iannotti.
Oh, this is Amanda. Okay, let me see. Yes. Anybody else from your team, Miss Iannotti?
It's not open yet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is there anyone other than you for your team, ma'am?
Yes, I have Shaheen should be an attendee and Ron Caro.
I see Ron Caro, but I don't see Shaheen.
Okay. He should be here, but I'll continue without him then.
Oh, wait, Ron Caro. Yeah, just let him in. Let him in. Okay, his hand is still up. Is there a reason why that's? Mr. Caro, join us. Oh, now you got it. I think he's coming in now.
Okay.
Yes, wait till he comes in. I'm still on the list. That's weird. There he is. Okay.
It's yes. Okay.
There's also someone with the last 4 digits, 2950. Could that be your client also?
That's probably Nick.
Do you want to bring him in?
Is 2950 also part of your team?
I'm not aware of that number. If that's Shaheen, though, dialing in, that's the project architect.
Then please raise your hand if you're the project architect. Whoever is the project architect on this case, please raise your hand.
This is only for the team, not the members of the public. Only the team should be calling in right now. Okay, do you want to unmute, sir? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi. Good afternoon.
Are
You want to
you,
identify yourself?
Noam Aorta?
are you part of the,
He's not he's part of ownership. So Shaheen's still missing, but we can start without him.
Okay. So, Mr. Kara, can you unmute? Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Do.
Okay, please state your name for the record, whoever is the lead, and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Amanda Iannotti from Sheldon Lobel PC on behalf of the applicant. I did attend the review session and heard your comments. First, apologies for the missing studies. We did our best to respond to the project manager's requests that we received last week. In hindsight, I should have just requested a postponement instead of making a submission last Thursday, but we will be sure to complete everything and submit a responsive submission in our next submission. We did review the comments to the plans with the project architect. He is going to make the following revisions, adding dimensions to the floor plates. He is also already working on reviewing the planting requirements, adding notes to the cellar and attic floor plans, as well as floor to ceiling dimensions, adding a cross section, and reducing the height of the attic overall. We're also going to review as a team the floor area request and justification for that. And regarding use of the site, we discussed with ownership about the commercial vehicles that are parked there. They did purchase the site last year, subject to those tenants and existing leases. They are trying to clear them out, and they are going to clear the site as soon as possible. I do believe that addressed most of the issues that came up at the review session, and we're happy to answer any other questions today.
okay, so it needs to be cleared out prior to the next hearing because the use is not permitted, the current use, as you know. And with regards to the other studies, I would say this is, one shouldn't have to wait for the response from the project manager to identify the information is missing, because these are basic information. So I'm sorry that it got overlooked at our end. So, okay. And I also want to be very clear. We're asking for that attic floor to be completely removed and the roof line to be brought down.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay.
Understood, because it appears as a 4-story building, and you want like it reduced to 3.
Well, it should be 2-story with an attic.
An attic, right?
Now it is 3-story with an attic.
Correct.
So. All right. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public then.
Sorry, this thing doesn't stay. The case that we're currently discussing is 2025 47BZ 20437 45th Drive, Queens. Should you wish to comment in this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 160-286-1665 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment in this case.
Okay.
How much time will you need?
We need 3 to 4 weeks for the revised plans and documents. Ron, if you could just chime in on when you expect the site to be cleared,
So
so
we,
we can coordinate submission with that.
right, so we purchased last year with the 2 leases. One lease already expired and he moved out. We have one more lease that it's expiring actually at the end of this month. We already asked him to leave, and he said he needs about 2 to 3 weeks. So hopefully by the end of February, the place will be cleared out.
All right. I don't see anybody's hands being raised.
Nope.
I think the best would be to schedule this for end of March with a submission due date of March 5th.
Okay. Thank you.
And by that time, community board would have voted, and I would say I'm eagerly waiting to find out what the community board has to say. And also provide the height of the cellar. That's not indicated in the cellar, the sections.
Okay.
Okay. Next, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay, next case.
Thank you.
Item number.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Item number 22, 2025-48 BZ 2435 Frederick Douglass Boulevard, Manhattan. This is Marjorie Perlmutter, Alexander Orlin.
Okay, anybody else? Hold on. Laura. Lauren. And is Douglas James also? Yes. Okay.
Hi, everybody. Oops, video.
Good afternoon, Ms. Perlmutter. Is Jonathan Keller part of your team?
He is, yes. That's
Okay,
AKRF.
Douglas James. So there's Brian Turner. Is that part of your team also?
Yes.
Brian
SUS.
Turner. Okay.
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 Everyone ready? Okay. Everyone raise your right hand. Raise your right hand, unmute. Oh, there you are, Mr. Keller. Do you affirm to, raise your hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony for this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
We do.
Yes. We do.
Board's voice.
Okay.
So hello, everyone. Delighted to be here and to see everybody's face from the
All right, Ms.
other side
you
of
have
the
to identify
screen.
yourself though for the record.
Oh, sorry. Marjorie Perlmutter on behalf of the applicant. So nice to be here on the other side of the screen. Now I know what it feels like. Yike. Just letting you know. And I also wanted to thank very much Carlo, Jella, and Tracy for making this process so smooth, especially with the green fast track, because that was all new. And that was really Jonathan Keller from AKRF who guided us through that green fast track. So that made it also very terrific. So I just wanted to say that everyone in the team obviously is here and is able to speak if you, I'm delighted to speak if you would like them to, but on behalf of the entire team, we just wanted to say how thrilled we are at your reception to the, or tour of the application, and just generally what a great experience this has been, to tell you the truth. And we appreciate your encouraging words and look forward to moving on to the next step in project development, which actually is schematic design being completed and then design development and so on. So I just wanted to ask if you could close the hearing and put it on for decision at the earliest possible, which I think is February 9th.
But let's go to the public first. Was that okay,
Okay.
Madam Paramount? It's
I
very
thought
nice
I
to
can
see you.
ask
Does the
for
board
that
have any
before.
questions?
You would have been disappointed if the application was not as thorough.
Okay, good. Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2025-48BZ, 2435 Frederick Douglass Boulevard, Manhattan. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter webinar ID number 160-286-1665 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. So don't wait for the clock.
Um,
I just wanted to add from, other layers, the community board was terrific in this also. So that was really a nice welcoming. I don't know if it was a surprise, but it was they were very welcoming. So there was another great element.
okay.
Just waiting for the clock to run out.
Yeah, it was good to see you, Ms. Perlmutter.
Thank you. You as well.
Very nice to see you again.
Yes.
Great to see you. Everybody's looking well. That's good to see.
And
too.
warm.
And warm.
Yeah, Zoom can do that to us. All right. Is the clock up? Oh, done? Okay.
Done.
Is it?
Done.
Okay.
No
Motion-
hands, no hands and no phone calls.
Motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
And we will schedule this for decision for February 9th.
Great. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank
all the
you
best.
For such a great
Congratulations.
application.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
all.
Bye-bye. This concludes anything else on the agenda? Nothing. So, nothing being said. This concludes the public hearing for January 27th, 2026. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Oh, where's my leave button? Wait a minute.
Thank you.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Where's my leave button?
I think Carlo is the only host now. Maybe yes.
Yeah, something's weird. I can't close out. Huh.
I can leave, but I can't end it.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
Actually, I can stop the recording. Maybe
It
stop.
stopped. I don't know, because Carla had a little problem before.
Are you sure you want to stop? Can I stop it?
Yeah.